Hey everyone, welcome back to another awesome project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack advanced real-time chat application in React Native using the React Native framework and the MongoDB backend. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So let's actually check out the demo part of the application. So here currently I've opened up two simulators, that is with two different accounts that are logged in. Okay, and as you can see, initially itself we are seeing the security feature which says enter your signal pin. So we have taken the design reference from the signal application, that is the original one, and we have implemented this. Alright, so before heading into the demo part of the application, we'll be understanding what we'll be building, that is with respect to the chat applications. So on the channel we're gonna have two chat applications. This is the first one. So as you can see over here in the background, we only have one chat each, right? Because we have implemented the phone number login. So that's the reason to create account you need access to one phone number. So I only have two phone numbers as of now. That is my personal number and another test number. So that's the reason only two accounts can be shown over here. Alright, so in the next application that we're going to build, that is a new project, over there we're going to have around, let's say, 10 to 20 chats. That is going to be based on the email login, and we're going to implement a lot more features than this application. So let's get started. So we have implemented this simple kind of security feature to enter their pin such that to verify that user is only using their own account. Okay, I'm going to enter the pin for both of them. I'm going to say submit. If at all the pin is correct, then only the user would be able to chat with the other users. I'm going to say submit, and there you go. Just like that, the pin was verified in the backend, and over here the user can chat with this specific user. So let's do the same thing over here as well. So here in this case the pin is going to be 4-digit itself, and you can also implement 6-digit. That's pretty simple too. Let's press on submit, and there you go. So both of them have been verified and they can chat with each other. Okay, so as I said, the authentication is super simple. We need a phone number, and once they log in with phone number, they will be entering their other details such as their name, their full name, as well as the email. Once all of this is set up, they come back to the chat screen where other users who are logged into the application are going to be shown. So here in this particular phone, that is left side, Kiran is the logged in user, so we are able to see Sujan as the chat. And in this particular phone right side, Sujan, that is me myself, is the logged in user, and then Kiran is the other user. Okay, so let's say once you press on any kind of chat, if at all it's for the first time, we create a conversation between two users and it is going to be stored in the backend. And if at all it is for the second time, automatically chat is created. We come back to that specific screen. I'm going to say Sujan Anand, and there you go. Just like that, it is saying Sujan Anand is online. As you can see, we have implemented even that as well. So if at all the user is online, it is going to be shown online over here. Alright, so these are some of the previous chats that I've done. That is just for the demo part. So again, once I press over here, there you go. Just like that, both of them are online. We're able to see both of them over here. Sujan Anand is online, there is this account, and then even Kiran is also online, that is this particular user. And we also have implemented the blue tick that is similar to WhatsApp. So if at all you send a message, if at all the opposite person has not seen the message, it is going to be in gray color, just like WhatsApp. And we also have the time base as well, that is for each kind of message, that is at which time the message was sent. And if at all the user sees the message that is the opposite person, it automatically turns blue. That is just like WhatsApp. And for now, in this particular application, it is simple. Okay, so we are only trying to implement 1:1 chat based application. So there is no group chats as of now. In the next project that we're going to build, that's going to come soon in about, let's say, a month or two, there we're going to have all of them, that is group chats, a lot of chats as well, and also your images, your videos part, your audios part. Okay, all of these will be trying to implement. So yeah, let's come back to this application. So let's say I'm going to send a message over here, and obviously it is real time. So I'm just going to say good morning, and boom, just like that, since this user is typing over here, it is showing over here typing, and once I stop typing, it is going to go off. So I'm going to say good morning, and I'm going to say send over here, and boom, just like that, it changed to blue color. It came over here, and also it showed the message over here as well, that is good morning. Okay, so this part is done. So now let's say I come back over here, and over here to the user, I'm going to send the message, that is to Sujan. So now let's say this user is not in the chat screen. Okay, So here from my account, so this is my account, that is Sujan's account. All right, so here I'm going to say, how are you doing? How are you doing? Let's write that properly. So now if I send the message, what needs to happen is the blue tick should not come, right? Because the user has not seen the message yet. So I'm going to say enter, and there you go. It says single tick. So now over here, once this particular, user opens the chat, automatically this should be changed to blue. And there you go. Just like that, automatically it was real time, and we were able to see the message over here, as well as the tick mark changed from single tick to blue tick. Okay, let's say I'm going to send the message from this user over here. I'm just going to say I am doing good, and again you're able to see typing over there, and I'm going to say send. There you go. Just like that, it's completely real time, blue tick is there, and even the time is correctly being shown. Okay, so that's pretty much it about the chat feature over here, that is 1:1. And we can also try to react to each of the messages that is similar to WhatsApp, but it is not persistent. It is going to be in a single state. So I'm going to say long press on this, and I'm going to say heart. There you go. Just like that, we're able to see the reaction for each of the messages. So let's say for this, I'm going to react. I'm going to say this one, laugh emoji. There you go. Just like that, even this is also real time. Once I added the reaction over here, it also came over here as well. Okay, and online is being shown for each of them. That's good. Let's come back over here. Okay, so next I've also implemented the offline feature as well. That is, once I turn off my Wi-Fi, because now it's connected to internet and everything is working fine. Once I turn off my Wi-Fi, it should say connecting over here. That means there is no internet and messages won't be sent to the recipient. Okay, so I'm going to say Wi-Fi. I'm just going to cut off my Wi-Fi over here, and boom, just like that, it was chats, and it's going to say connecting over here. Okay, so let's say I go into this chat. Obviously no chats are going to be shown. Okay, so this is another feature that I've implemented. So if at all the Wi-Fi is off, it is going to say connecting, and you cannot send the messages. All right, so now again I've turned on the Wi-Fi, so the internet is accessible, so we're able to see the chats again. But if at all you want to send the message when the internet is off, that cannot be implemented over here. So to implement that, you can try to use a local kind of database for React Native. Let's say you can use Realm. Okay, and you can implement locally, and once when the internet is on, you can sync it with the backend, and you can deliver the undelivered messages to the recipient over here. Okay, you can try to add on that feature as well, but for now, if at all there is no internet, we're just going to say it's connecting over here and you cannot send the message. Alright, you can check out that part, that is how to implement the messages when the internet is off using your local database such as Realm. Okay, next, this is simple for the account screen. We just have the details of the user, and this is details of my number over here. Okay, so this is my email over here, and this is the email of the person logged in. You can log out over here, and you can even log out over here as well. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So we'll be implementing this much in this particular application, and let me show you the screens for logout. I'm going to say logout over here. I'm going to say logout, and there you go. You come back to this screen. Okay, so once you enter your phone number, you would be automatically navigated to the next screen once you enter the 10th digit of your phone number, and the next screen is going to be your OTP screen, where a 6-digit OTP would be sent to your phone number, and once that is verified, automatically you should be brought back to the application. If all you have not set up your profile, if all you're using the application for the first time, then in that case you need to enter 3 details, that is your email, your first name, as well as the last name. Let's check out the design for that. Let's actually check out the design for that. That's going to look something like this. So these are the screenshots. This is the home screen, your set pin screen. This is your phone number screen. Next is the pin. You need to create the pin over here. Apart from that, we need to set up the profile if it is for the first time. As I said, that is the first name, last name, and then email. Once this is done, we come back to the chat, and these are the addresses part over here. Okay, that's it. So this part is done. So we'll be implementing this much in this project. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. And let's get started with the project right away. And before that, let's actually briefly discuss what exactly we'll be implementing in the backend part. So here in the backend implementation, we're going to have your authentication and user management. That is going to be your OTP-based login, your PIN setup and verification. We've already discussed that, and your profile completion as well. And we're going to use your JWT for the sessions part. Okay, And next we're going to have your conversation creation and your listing of chats. So as I said, we're going to have your one-to-one chats over here, and we're going to fetch the user's conversations with the last message or preview timestamp for your sorting purpose. So you can just go through this. Next, we're going to have your messaging and real-time delivery. So as we explained, we're going to have the real-time implementation being done as you saw in the demo part over here just a couple of minutes ago. And we're also going to have proper sending or saving of messages as well as the real-time broadcast. And next we're going to have your typing indicators, that is, if at all a user is typing, the opposite user should be seeing as typing. Okay. Next, reaction and offline persistence. Yeah, we have implemented this, but offline is not yet present. You can try to add that feature. And we're also going to have the rate limiting and security to prevent the spamming of messages. Okay. So the UI part, if you've already seen it, it's going to look something like this for the auth screens. Okay. So yes, that's it about the demo part. So let's get started with building this project. So now the first step is to create a fresh new React Native project. So let's go do that. So currently I've just opened up my VS Code. It's currently blank, and I've just opened up my terminal over here, as you can see. So now I'm gonna go into my build folder where all of my projects are present. Okay, so I'm gonna say cd build. So here I'm gonna execute npx at React Native community CLI init your project name, in my case chat app, and I'm gonna use this specific version because that's pretty stable for me. So I'm gonna press on enter. So there you go, it says welcome to React Native, and it's currently downloading the template. That's done, copying template and then processing the template, and then it's currently installing all of the project dependencies. So let's wait for about 2 minutes to initialize the project, and once it's done, we're gonna go into the project structure and then look into all of the files that React Native has given us. Alright, so now it's asking, do you want to install CocoaPods now? So by default the option would be set to no. So here in this step I'm just gonna press on enter. Okay, so there you go, it has created the project for us. So these are some of the run instructions for Android. So for Android, if all you're using Android emulator, you need to go into that particular project directory and then you need to run npx react native run Android. So in my case I'm using iOS, so these are the run instructions for iOS. Again, we need to first of all go into the iOS directory of the project, then we need to install CocoaPods. That is execute two steps, bundle install and then bundle exec pod install. Then we can run the npx react native run iOS. So let's implement this. I'm going to go into file, open folder, and into my build, the first app, that is the chat app. So this towards the left hand side is the file tree that React Native gives once when you create or initialize a fresh React Native project. So first of all, let's try to run the application. So here I'm going to add in my compiler options, set the module resolution to be of Node. So let's try to save. Alright, and over here within the app.tsx, or first of all, let's try to open up the terminal. And by the way, this is the main entry point of our application, that is the app.tsx. So once you run the application, whatever is there initially within the return block, all of this design is going to be shown onto the output simulator. So first step, since this is your iOS, I'm going to go into my iOS directory and I'm going to do a bundle install. Let's press on enter. So as you can see, it is resolving all of the dependencies and installing it as well. So let's wait for this step to complete. So there you go, this part is done. So now let's execute the next step, that is bundle exec pod install. Enter. So again, let's wait for a couple of minutes for to complete this step. So once this is done, we can do a pod install and then we can try to run the application. Okay, here also is installing all of the dependencies and it's generating the pods project, and this part is done. Okay, so I'm going to do one pod install, and if at all you're using an Android emulator, directly you can run the command as you saw in the instructions, but for iOS these extra steps are needed. Okay, this part is done. Open up a new terminal and make sure you're in the project directory, that is the main project, and here I'm just going to say yarn iOS, enter. So this should trigger or open up this one, that is launch package or command prompt, and automatically it should find the Xcode workspace and then it should start building up the application, and also it should open up the simulator as well. So let's wait for these steps to happen. There you go. It says info, found Xcode workspace, and then chat app.xcode workspace. So the next step should be with respect to the simulator. Alright, for some reason the machine is pretty slow today. Otherwise, it should have done it in less than, let's say, 5 seconds. Okay, there you go. Launching iPhone 16. And here, essentially, the app is going to be built. So let's try to minimize this for now. So this step is going to take about, let's say, 5 minutes depending upon your network, because this needs to install all of the bundle and the application onto the simulator. So once we have installed, it's going to look something like this. So these are some of the projects I've used: Snapcart, Meet app, Advanced Chat. So here, once the app installs, it's going to be Chat app. So as I said, it's going to take about 5 minutes. So let's wait for about 5 minutes and then I'm going to come back. So there you go. So finally the app has been loaded onto the simulator. So as I said, whatever is there initially within your return block, the exact same thing is gonna be shown onto the output of the simulator. So now the next step is, as we discussed earlier, we're gonna make use of TypeScript for writing the code and your native wind for styling. That's pretty good. So let's get started with initializing native wind into this particular project. Alright, so let's head over to Chrome for that, and I'm gonna say nativewind.dev, the first link. So head over to this particular URL and let's press on get started, and let's move on to frameworkless since we're not using Expo in this case. So I'm going to use yarn to install all of these required dependencies. That is the step 1. Copy that down, come back over here and enter the terminal. Let's just paste it and then enter. Let's scroll down. The second step is to install or set up your Tailwind CSS. So let's do that. Copy this down. Let's create a tailwind.config.js onto the root level. So new file, tailwind.config.js, enter. Let's try to save the file. So basically all of this content is with respect to the code we have got from the documentation, but we are going to change it according to our file structure. So I'm just going to add in this one. Okay, so our file structure is going to look something like this, where we have the src, components, screens, and navigation. So we're going to add it just like this. So let's try to save the file. And let's come back over here to the documentation, and then the next step is to create a CSS file and then add the Tailwind directives. So copy this down and create a global.css. I'm going to say new file, global.css, enter these, save it, come back over here and then try to add the Babel preset. So just copy this down, and let's say within the babel.config.js, that is over here, try to add the native wind package. Save. Okay, and the next step is to modify your metro.config.js. So let's do that. So let's come back over here. I'm just going to add in the code for that. You can take a look at it. So metro.config.js is the one, and then next, save. Okay, so the next step is we need to import the main global.css within the app.js or app.tsx. So let's do that. Come back over here, and first of all we need to do a pod install. So let's do that. Pod install. So this should essentially give us a issue. Okay, wrong spelling. That is the issue with respect to the React Native worklets. Let's try to install that. So as you can see, we need to install this package, React Native worklets. I'm just going to say yarn add React Native worklets. We also need to install the Tailwind CSS package as well. Yeah, that is done. Here I'm going to say yarn add Tailwind CSS, enter. Alright, this step is complete, but we need to install a specific version that is compatible with native wind, otherwise it would error out. So come back to package.json, and over here I'm going to use this version, that is 3.4.17. Save the file, again do yarn so that package gets updated, enter. So this part is done. So I think pretty much that's it. We can directly try to import the global.css and then we can try to run the application. Okay, I think pod install is not yet done. So pod install. Okay, again wrong spelling, my bad. Let's write that again, enter. So there you go, it's installing all of the required dependencies for the installed dependencies. So yeah, this part is done. Let's do a fresh rebuild of the app. So cut the terminal for now and import your globals.css or global.css within the main app.tsx over here. Let's say at this point import global.css. Let's try to save, clear, and then yarn iOS. Enter. Alright, so now it's gonna build the app from scratch, and after all we've done everything correctly, we should not see any issues. And once the app loads, we can try to give the Tailwind classes and we can verify if at all native one has been set up or not. So let's give it about 2 minutes for the app to load onto the simulator. Alright, so the app has been finally loaded. So now let's give this a try. So first of all, let's come down to any part over here within the return block, and over here I'm going to say class name and then text read of, let's say 500, save, and there you go. Just like that, we're able to apply the Tailwind classes to your entire application. So this part is done. So now the next step is let's actually set up the bottom tab navigator, where we have two tabs, the chats as well as the account tab. So let's first of all initialize and install React Native vector icons, because we need some icons to design all of the entire application. So let's come back to Chrome, and over here I'm going to search for React Native vector icons. The first link, let's say we go to this one, the GitHub version. Okay, so or I can directly paste in the icons that I'm going to install. That would be better. So let's come back over here, and within the terminal I'm just going to paste in all of the icon families to install the React Native vector icons. So let me just say yarn add React Native vector icons / different icon families like ant design, your end typo, ine icons, material icons, and so on. Let's press on enter. Okay, so once this is done, we also need to install the React Native common package. Then only this is going to work. So yeah, this part is done. So next I'm going to say yarn add. Okay, I didn't copy that correctly. Let's come back to the previous state. So here I'm gonna copy it correctly. Yarn add React Native vector icons / common. Let's press on enter. You can actually check out the docs as well over here. Let's say if you come back over here, scroll down a bit, and there is a link given for React Native Expo. You can just follow along that. Yeah, this is the one. So it says refer to guide for Expo, React Native, or web. So let's press on React Native, and you can follow the guide for iOS and then Android. So for Android, pretty simple, rebuild your app, no extra steps needed. For iOS, we need to install the dependencies and then do a pod install and then add all of the icons within the info.plist. So we have installed the dependencies. Let's try to do a pod install over here, or let's first of all make the changes for the info.plist. So come back over here, iOS chat app info.plist. Let's add it below your false tag. So let's say I'm going to add it over here. Let's minimize this. You can take a look at it right below your false tag. So we need to pass in the key that is going to be UI app fonts in this case, and pass in an array of strings containing the different font names over here. All right, that's it. Save the file. Now let's do a pod install over here. Let's press on enter. There you go. It's installing all of the icon families. That's good. Let's clear off the app for now. Let's rebuild this, and then we can look into the folder structure, and then we can set up the bottom navigation part or the entire navigation for the application. So here I'm going to say yarn iOS. First of all, clear the terminal or cut the server and enter. Close the file. We can first of all look into creating the folder structure. We're going to have a root folder known as the src, where all of the subfolders are going to be present. So press on any level, basically at the root level, and then new folder src. Within this, we're going to have your hooks, we're going to have your screens, then we're going to have your stores. So I'm going to say stores over here. Furthermore, your utils and your navigation as well. These two are remaining. So utils. Apart from that, we're going to have your navigation. So I'm going to say navigation, enter. That's it. So these are the 5 folders you're going to use in this particular project. Let's first of all set up the navigation part. So within navigation, we're going to have your routes as well as your main navigation.tsx. So routes over here within the navigation folder onto the root level, I'm going to say navigation.tsx, just like this. RNFES to get the shorthand code snippet. So to get all of your shorthand code snippets, make sure you have installed ES7 within your systems. So to get that, you can directly, get it from the extensions tab over here. You need to install that dependency. So scroll down a bit and it is going to be this one. That is ES7 React Redux or React Native snippets. Try to install this. Okay. That's it. Let's head over to Chrome and then let's install the dependencies required for React navigation. So come back over here. Okay, I think some issue over here. Is it with respect to space? Not sure, because this issue is coming once I made the change within my info.plist. So let's look into that. Come back to chat app, then info.plist. Okay, my bad. The array is not closed. So close the array, because if open it over here, we need to close that. That is, copy this one and paste it over here. Save. Go pod install one more time. And let's try to rerun the application. This time we should not see that error coming. So terminal, quit. This step is almost done. Here I'm going to say yarn iOS, enter. Let's head back to Chrome, search for React navigation, bottom tabs, and let's come back to this and we can move to getting started. We can install all of the dependencies from the starting point. So I'm going to use yarn to install these. So the first step is to install your React navigation /native. Copy that down, come back over here. So let it build. We're going to install the dependencies. Add it. Next, we need to install React Native screens as well as React Native safe area context. So since we are into a bare React Native project, we need to use this particular command. Copy that down. Come back over here and then paste it. Enter. So while that's installing, let's move on to the next step. Hello React navigation. Install the native stack. Add it over here. As you can see, the app also built, no issues, which is good. So that part is done. Now next we need to install your bottom tabs. So come back 2 steps backward and then let's install this package, React navigation /bottom tabs. Add it over here. Now here, first of all, let's try to initialize your routes for the entire application. So for that, come back to your routes. Within that, I'm going to say routes.ts file. Add it over here. And I'm going to say const routes is going to be equals to root. That is going to be your root. Next, we're going to be having your onboarding screen. Onboarding. That is going to be onboarding over here. Furthermore, your phone number, that's the phone number screen. This is going to say phone number. Next, we're going to have is the OTP. That is going to be OTP over here. Then set pin. That is going to say set pin. Next, we have the setup profile. So I'm going to say setup_profile. So some of them we might use it. Most of them we're going to use it, while some we might skip it in the end, which is not required or which is not important. So setup profile. The next one is for the main tabs. Okay, so I'm going to say your main tabs, main_tabs. It's going to be main tabs over here. Next, your chat tabs. So chat_tabs. It's going to be your chat tabs. Furthermore, for the chat tabs, you're going to have the chat and the contacts. So I'm going to say chats over here. Let's add in chats. Next one is going to be for the contacts. Here I'm going to say contacts. Furthermore, your optional screens, okay, that is, let's say your profile or settings. Let's say profile for now. So I'm going to say profile. Okay, that's it. We can try to export this. Here I'm going to say export default routes. That's it. Let's try to save the file. Now let's try to initialize the types for all of these screens. So within the routes, I'm going to have a types.ts file. So here I'm going to say types.ts. Here, first of all, for the root stack param list, I'm going to say export type root stack param list is going to be equals to, let's say, routes. Import that dot root, initially going to be undefined. Next is all of your auth screens that's going to come up. So I'm going to say routes dot onboarding. Again, pass in undefined. Next, your routes dot phone number, undefined as well. Next, I'm going to say your routes dot your OTP is going to be undefined too. Next, I'm going to say your routes dot your set pin, not this one, again undefined. And we're going to have your routes dot your setup profile. This in turn is going to have a temp user ID or a user ID of type string or initially undefined. So add in that. Next, we are going to have the main entry of the app. So for that, I'm going to say routes, not this, write that properly, routes dot your main tabs. That's going to be the main entry, undefined. Next, you're going to have your profile settings as well as the conversation. These might be optional. I'm going to add it over here, just like this. Okay. I don't think we have it for the settings and conversation. Let's try to remove that for now. Save the file. So the next one is going to be for the chat tab param list. We just have the chats as well as the contacts part. So here I'm going to say export type chat tab param list is going to be equals to your routes dot your chats, that is going to be equals to your undefined. Next, you're going to have your routes dot contacts. So I'm going to say routes dot your contacts as well, undefined. So now let's try to initialize the props for the root stack screens. Let's say example onboarding or phone numbers or your OTP screen. So let's do that over here. So export type, I'm going to say root stack screen props. Here I'm going to say extends your key of your root stack param list, add it like this, is going to be equals to, you're going to say native stack screen props. So native stack screen props of your root stack param list, comma your value. Let's try to import this, that is native stack screen props. Okay, let's do that manually. Let's go on to the top and then paste it over here. Okay, that's it. You can take a look at it one more time. So this part is done. So yeah, so as I said, this is for the props for the root stack screens and for the different screens that we're going to have, for example onboarding a phone number or even OTP as well. Next, let's try to do the same thing for the chat tab screen props. So here I'm going to say export type chat tab screen props. I'm going to say extends key of, this time it's going to be chat tab param list, add in this. Here I'm going to use the composite screen props. So composite screen props, import that. This in turn is going to say your bottom tab screen props. You can import it directly from over here, pass in the chat tab param list and the value, comma your native stack screen props as well as the root stack param list. Okay, let's try to format once over here. We also need to import this bottom tab screen props. So your bottom tab screen props is going to come from the React Native not React Native, React Navigation bottom tabs package. You can remove this, save the file. You can take a look at it one more time, format once, and then save. Alright, so that's it. Let's actually initialize the navigation.tsx, where we're going to have three important things. That is to have a navigation ref for the entire navigation container, then to parse and log route, as well as to check if at all our navigation state is ready once when the app fires up. Okay, so for that I'm going to say navigation. Okay, the file is already created, that's good. So here essentially I'm going to remove everything for now. I'm going to say export const your navigation ref is going to be equals to react dot, we're going to use the create ref method and pass in the navigation container ref. So navigation container ref, import that of the root stack param list. Okay, just like this. Import react from react. That's it. So now next let's try to initialize the parse and log route. That's a function that would give you the info about the parameters as well as the current route you're in. Okay, so before that let's try to initialize the logger file that is useful for showing the logs, either the info or the error as well. So within the utils I'm going to say logger.ts over here, and over here I'm going to say const logger is going to be equals to your info. This in turn is going to have in your message of string, and data is going to be any. Okay, and here I'm going to say console.log, make use of backticks, having the info over here, and pass in the dollar message, and it's going to be the data over here, or a empty string. So let's say once you run the app, or once you have implemented the entire application, and once the app loads, you can try to open up the console, and once we have set up the navigation correctly, you should be able to see the proper logs saying in which exact route you are at that particular point of time, and it would also show the params also for that particular screen or route. So yeah, the info message is done, or the info functionality is done. Let's move to the error one. So I'm going to say error. So this in turn also is going to take in the message of string and data if any. And here I'm going to say console.log error. I'm going to say dollar message comma data or empty string. That's it. We can try to export the default logger. So I'm going to say export default logger. That's it. Let's try to save the file, come back to navigation.tsx, and then let's try to write the function that is parse and log route. Here I'm going to say export function parse and log route. This in turn is going to have in the state of type navigation state. So import that, or it's essentially going to be undefined. Okay, here I'm going to say if not of state, I'm directly going to say return. Next, let's try to get in two things, that is the routes as well as the index from the state. So I'm going to say const routes comma index is going to be equals to your state, and const current route is going to be equals to your routes of index. And here I'm going to say import logger dot, we have two methods. We're going to use the info. I'm going to write the message saying that your current route comma pass in the name, that is going to be equals to your current route dot name, and let's also pass in the params as well. So comma params, not over here, is going to be equals to your current route dot params. That's it. So the final function is for checking if at all your navigation is ready or not. So for that reason I'm going to say export function, I'm going to say set is navigation ready. Here I'm going to say logger.info navigation is ready. Let's give a format once, Save the file. So that's it for the navigation to TSX. So now let's create a root navigator to TSX within your main navigation, or we can actually create a navigators folder as well. Let's do that. So within the navigation, new folder, I'm going to say navigators. Within that, new file, root navigator.tsx. So root navigator.tsx, rnfes together Sujan code snippet. Let's try to save the file. So here, let's try to define all of the stacks which we're going to have. So let's say we have a auth stack, we have a root stack, okay, something like that, or also your bottom tabs as well. So let's do that over here. That's the functionality within the root navigator. So onto the top, first of all, let's look into the design of the auth stack. I'm going to say const your auth stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator, import that from the correct dependency, and let's try to initialize a function that is your auth navigator. Here I'm going to say return your auth stack dot your navigator navigators. Okay, here I'm going to say auth stack dot screen. I think first of all, okay, for some reason this is erroring out. Okay, my bad. There should be auth stack dot navigator. So auth, not auth, just auth stack. Same thing over here as well. Okay, so let's create one screen for now. That is a phone number screen. So come back to the screens folder, and I'm going to say phone number screen, where the user is going to enter their phone number for signing up or login. .tsx. So rnfes together Sujan code snippet. Save. So within your auth stack.screen, let's add in the first name for the screen. I'm going to say routes, import routes. The name is going to be equals to your phone number. And component to render for the screen is going to be your phone number screen. Import that. So that's pretty much it for the auth stack. Let's try to create the tabs over here. I'm going to say const tab is going to be equals to, this time, create bottom tab navigator. Import that correctly from the correct dependency. This is the one. All right, here let's try to initialize the function. I'm going to say function main tabs navigator. You can give any function name you want to give. So let's add this, and I'm going to say return. This is going to say your tab.navigator. Within that, we're going to have the first screen, that is a tab.screen. Let's create that. It's going to be your chat screen. So screens over here, I'm going to say chat or chat screen dot tsx, rnfes together Sujan code snippet. Save the file. Similarly, one more screen let's create it. That's for the contact screen or your account screen. So I'm going to say contacts screen dot tsx, rnfes together Sujan code snippet, and save the file. Okay, this part is complete. So let's come back to root navigator tsx again. Let's have in the first tab, I'm going to say tab.screen. Okay, so the name is going to be equals to your routes dot chats. Okay, and component to render for this, so component to render is going to be equals to your chat screen. Import chat screen correctly from the screens folder. Let's pass in the options over here. Here I'm going to say title, that is going to be equals to chats. So let's add in the second and the final tab we have in our application, that is going to be your accounts or your contacts. So it's going to be routes dot contacts. This is the one. Component to render is going to be contacts screen. Import from the screens folder, just like this. Okay, let's give a format once, and yeah, the title is going to be, let's say, profile for now, or account. Save. Let's try to add in your options, that is for the tab.navigator. I'm going to say screen options. This in turn is going to have in the route, so destructure it, and I'm going to say tab bar active tint color. This is going to be black. Next, I'm going to say tab bar inactive print color is going to be equals to gray. Furthermore, your tab bar style background color is going to be white. So I'm going to say tab bar style background color is going to be white. Next, I'm going to also pass in header shown is going to be false. Let's pass in your tab bar icon. Let's have in the focused value, your color as well as the size. Okay, so here based on the condition, we're gonna render the icon from iron icons. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna design this. So I'm gonna say let icon name of type string. It's essentially gonna be empty starting point. So here I'm gonna say if my route.name is gonna be equals to your routes.chats, and in this case icon name is going to first of all check if at all it's focused. If it's focused, it's going to be this icon chat bubble, else it's going to be chat bubble outline. That is just like this. Okay, so that's the first condition. Here I'm going to say else if your route dot name is going to be equals to your routes dot your contacts. Then in this case, I'm going to say icon name is going to be equals to focused question mark. It's going to be the person outline. I mean just person. Else if it's not focused, it's going to be person outline. So add it just like this. Else I'm just going to say return null. So return null. All right, and here let's try to return the iron icons. I'm going to say return iron icons, pass in the name that's going to be equals to your icon name that's defined onto the top, pass in the size, it's going to be equals to your size. Furthermore, color, that is going to be equals to color. Let's go on to the top and then import the iron icons from this package that we have installed. Okay, that's it. Let's try to save the file. Now let's try to initialize the root navigator over here. So I'm going to say const root stack is going to be equals to your create native stack navigator. Again, I'm going to say export function root navigator. You can actually remove this because we are trying to export it over here itself. Here you can try to return your root stack dot navigator. So root stack dot navigator, just like this. Within that, we're gonna first of all check if at all user is valid or not, and depending upon that, we're gonna show the auth screens, that is the phone number screen, or your main tabs, that is the chats or the account screen. So first of all, let's try to hardcode the value, saying that const user is going to be equals to false or null. Here add in the condition stating that if at all your user is present, question mark, then in this case let's show some design. So first of all, I'm going to make use of my fragments over here, and I'm going to say your root stack dot screen. So name is going to be equals to your routes dot main tabs if at all the user is present. Component render is going to be equals to your bottom tabs. So it's going to be main tabs navigator. That is the one which we have defined. This is the one. Else we're going to show the auth stack navigator. Simple, right? So I'm going to say routes, not routes, your root stack dot navigator. Okay, or we can actually add in screen, my bad, not navigator. So route stack dot screen, pass in the name, it's going to be routes, and your component render is going to be your auth navigator. Okay, so now since the user is false, it should not go into this condition, it should come into this condition and then show the auth navigator. Auth navigator means we have a native stack navigator over here, we need to show the phone number screen because that's the only screen within the auth stack over here. Let's format once, save the file. Okay, so you can also add in the type for the focus, color, size. That is just for the types over here. So format, save. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is let's try to import and use the root navigator within our main app.tsx. So let's come back to your app.tsx, remove everything. First of all, clear off the app, remove all of this, and then directly you can say root navigator from the src navigation folder, just like this. Let's try to save the file. Let's do a pod install because we have installed some dependencies related to a React navigation. So enter. So there you go. It's installing all of the correct dependencies. Let's wait for this to complete. Okay, come back over here. Let's do yarn iOS. So if all you've done everything correctly, we need to be seeing essentially the phone number screen. Okay, because I've set the user as false, which is hard coded. So let's wait for a couple of minutes and then let's exactly see what exactly is the output. Okay, I think I forgot one more thing. We need to wrap our root navigator within the navigation container, otherwise it would obviously fail. So navigation container, and pass it over here. I think it got imported. Yeah, it is imported. Let's pass in the ref that is going to be equals to your navigation ref that is exported from the navigation file. And I'm going to say on state change or on ready. I'm going to say set is navigation ready. Call that function over here. So set is navigation ready. That's it. Format, save the file. So not sure if it would pass because I've just made the change and the build is in progress. So even if it fails, we're going to rebuild. So yeah, let's wait for a couple of minutes. Okay, so the app is being finally loaded and we do have some issue. It says cannot read property display name of undefined. So some issue with respect to the root navigator file. Let's verify and fix that up. So name is correct over here. Even name is correct over here as well. Yeah, even the same thing goes for the tabs as well. It's correct. For the auth, okay, wrong spelling for screen. So if you remember over here, the screen is in capital S, over here it's small. So change that. I'm going to say S over here, save, and there you go. Just like that, we're able to see the phone number screen as we discussed. So let's first of all remove the headers wherever it's not required. So first of all, for the auth stack navigator, let's pass in some screen options. I'm going to say screen options is going to be equals to header shown is going to be false. Save. Okay, that is done. So the next step, I think we need to remove it from your root stack as well. Let's do that. Just copy that down and then add it over here. No more changes. Scroll down and add it over here. So our phone number screen is going to look something like this, where the user will enter their phone number, and once they press on enter, or automatically once they have entered the 10th digit, automatically the user will be navigated to your OTP screen. So let's get started with this. Or it's better to first of all design the backend, that is having your models being designed, and also write few endpoints if at all it's required, and then later we can get into the design of the phone number screen. So for that, let's head over to MongoDB because we're going to use MongoDB as a backend. Come back to Chrome and let's search for MongoDB over here. The first link. Let's sign in with Google over here. Okay, so once you sign in, you're gonna be brought to this page and we need to create the new project. Okay, so here towards the leftmost part, it's gonna show the recently used project. Press on the drop down, scroll down, and then I'm gonna say new project. Here I'm gonna say project name, that is gonna be equals to, let's say, chat app, just like this, and I'm gonna just press on next over here. Okay, so as you can see, I myself am the project owner, so I'm gonna say create project. So now the next step is to create a cluster. Let's go do that. Here make sure you choose the free version, that's more than enough for testing or creating this project, and I'm gonna leave these as default, and then let's press on create deployment button. Let's try to create a DB user. and create database user. Choose the connection method. I'm going to choose MongoDB for VS Code. And yeah, once the cluster is provisioned, we should be getting the connection URL. Yeah, we got it as well. Copy that down and let's create, let's say, a API folder on the root level. app.tsx new file, new folder API. Here I'm going to go into API over here. Let's try to initialize the package.json. I'm going to say npm init, for description backend, and for rest just press on enter. That's it. So you should be seeing the package.json file getting created over here. Okay, that's good. Let's install all of the dependencies into the API folder that is required for the backend implementation. I'm going to say yarn add axios, bcrypt.js, course.env, express, json web token, mongoose, nodemon, and your socket.io. That's important. And let's press on enter. So all of these dependencies should be installed within the dependencies object. Let's wait for some time. There you go, that's done, and you can see all of them being installed over here. Okay, so let's initialize the start script. I'm going to say start. It's going to be equals to nodemon index.js. Save the file. Okay, so first of all, let's try to define our models that we're going to use for this project. So press on API root folder models. I'm going to say first one user.js. So here I'm going to say const mongoose is going to be equals to require of mongoose. I'm going to say const bcrypt, it's going to be equals to require of bcrypt.js. Let's try to initialize the user schema. So I'm going to say const user schema is going to be equals to new mongoose.schema, and here let's pass in the font that is going to be of type string. Required is going to be true, as well as your unique also is going to be true. Furthermore, your pin, I'm going to say type of string. Next, we're going to have your first name, last name, and the email. First name, type string, last name, also type of string, email, type of string, unique is going to be true. Next, I'm going to say created at, type is going to be date, default is going to be your date.nav. Okay, that's it. Let's give a format once. Here I'm going to say your user schema dot pre, use the save method. I'm going to use async function over here, taking the next, and here I'm going to check if at all your this if at all not of this dot is modified of your value, that's going to be pin, then I'm directly going to say return next over here. So return next, and here I'm going to check if at all this dot pin is present. If this dot pin, then in this case I'm going to say const salt equals await. We're going to say bcrypt dot generate salt of 10, then try to hash it. So I'm going to say this dot pin is going to be equals to your await bcrypt dot apply the hash method. This in turn is going to take in the salt value as well as the pin itself. So pin value is going to be this dot pin and pass in the salt over here. That's it. So you can initialize next over here after this is completed. That's it. So we can try to export the details, and before that we are going to write the methods to compare the pin. So I'm going to say user schema dot methods, we have the compare pin. I'm going to say compare pin is going to be equals to, I'm going to say async function. This in turn is going to take in the pin, so candidate pin, and I'm going to say return your bcrypt dot use the compare method and pass in the candidate pin as well as the this dot pin. So this is essentially a function to compare the pin in the front end part. Okay, so I'm going to say module dot exports is going to be equals to your mongoose dot model of your user and pass in the user schema over here. Let's format once and let's try to save this file. Okay, that's it. Let's try to initialize the next one. That's going to be the message model or the message schema. So I'm going to say message.js. Here I'm going to say const mongoose is going to be equals to require of your mongoose. I'm going to say const message schema is going to be equals to new mongoose root schema, and here it's going to have a conversation that's going to be a reference basically. So I'm going to say conversation, so type is going to be equals to your mongoose dot your schema dot types dot your object id. Okay, let's pass in the reference. So this is going to be referred to the conversation, so this also we're going to define this after we have finished the message model. Then required is going to be true. Furthermore, we're going to have the sender who's sending the message. This also is going to have a reference to the user, so I'm going to say type is going to be equals to your mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, reference to the user. This also required should be true. Furthermore, content of the message, that is what exactly is it, so type of string, then I'm going to say required is going to be true. Apart from that, we're going to have the status of the message, that is either it is sending or it is in a send state or delivered state, read state, or it is a failed state. Okay, so I'm going to say status, type is going to be of string. We're going to have the enum values, that is sending, sent, or delivered. Next we're going to have, let's say, a read state or your failed state. Default is going to be sent. Let's try to format once. Apart from status, we're going to have the created at. So I'm going to say created at is going to be equals to your type of date. Default is going to be equals to date.nav. Next I'm going to say read by. It's going to be an array of objects, again passing the reference to the user. So type is going to be equals to this one. Ref is going to be to the user. It's going to have a timestamp as well, so timestamp, I'm going to say type of date. That's it. Let's try to format once. Okay, and then let's try to save the file. This part is complete. Here I'm going to say your module dot exports is going to be equals to mongoose dot model of the message and pass in the message schema over here. Let's format once and then save. This part is done. Let's implement the final model. That's going to be the conversation model. So this conversation model is going to have your participants array, that is the conversation between two participants. We need to define that way. So I'm going to say conversation.js. So conversation.js. Here let's initialize the mongoose again. So const mongoose is going to be equals to your require of mongoose. Here let's say const conversation schema equals new mongoose dot schema. It's going to have your participants containing the type, that's going to be again mongoose dot schema dot types dot your object id, and passing the reference, that's going to be to the user. required is going to be true. Okay, next over here we're going to have created at. So I'm going to say created at, type is going to be date, default is going to be date.nav format, and here I'm going to say module dot export is going to be equals to your mongoose.model, pass in the conversation over here and the schema, conversation schema. That's it. Format once and then save the file. So yeah, we have defined all of the models that we're going to use in this project. Let's initialize the main index.js file and then let's try to connect to the MongoDB. So I'm going to say index.js, enter. Here onto the top, first of all, let's import the packages. I'm going to say const express is going to be equals to require of express, and I'm going to say const mongoose is going to be equals to require of mongoose. Furthermore, your .env, so const .env is going to be equals to require of .env. Next, your cors, const cors is going to be equals to require of cors. Okay, so let's say .env .config. Let's try to create the instance of an application. So I'm going to say const app is going to be equals to express, and I'm going to say app.use your express.json. Next, we're going to say app.use of your cors. Origin is going to be equals to your allowed origins, and credentials I'm going to say true. So here onto the top, I'm going to say const allowed origins is going to be equals to, for now just let's pass in localhost. So http localhost 3000. Save the file. Let's try to use the connection method mongoose.connect. Pass in the URL over here. So to get the URL, come back to MongoDB, copy down this URL and paste it over here. So they've already entered the username and password, you can directly use it. Okay, so here I'm going to say .then. So we can say console.log MongoDB connected or connected to MongoDB. Let's format once. Let's also try to define the catch block over here. I'm going to say .catch of your error. I'm going to say console.error MongoDB connection error with that particular error message. Okay, that's it. Let's try to use the listen method on, let's say, a specific port. Format once. I'm going to say const port is going to be equals to 3000. Here I'm going to say app.listen onto the port. Here let's log a message saying that console.log server running on port 3000. Let's format once. Let's try to run the backend folder. I'm just going to say yarn start, enter. Okay, app crashed, cannot find module express, wrong spelling. Save, and there you go, server running on port 3000 connected to MongoDB. So we have successfully connected the backend project to the MongoDB, okay, in the backend. That is this one. So now the next step is we can actually head back to the front end part, and then we can start designing the phone number screen, and we can complete the entire flow. So the flow goes like this. Once when the user logs into the app, if at all they do not have a user account, obviously we're going to show the phone number screen. That's going to be this one. They enter their 10-digit number, automatically they should be navigated to the next screen, and we should make an API call to send the OTP to that particular phone number. So once that is done, they enter the OTP. Once the OTP is verified, they need to create a PIN. That is for safety purposes. So let's say once they create the PIN and their profile is also created, and if at all they're using the app, at least every 48 hours we need to show that bottom model, that is this one, to enter the signal pin to access all of their chats. So this is implemented just for the security purposes. Okay, so yes, after your create pin screen is designed, we can head over to the setup profile where they would enter their first name, last name, email, and once they press on complete profile, automatically they should be navigated to this particular main tabs where they have the chats or where they can see the accounts as well. Okay, so that's the flow for the auth screen, and once they sign up or their profile is created, they would navigate to the home screen over here. So now let's get started with the design of your phone number screen. That's going to look something like this. So here, first of all, let's initialize the state to hold the phone number, and also let's have in the navigation state as well. So I'm going to say const phone number comma set phone number is going to be equals to use state. Import that from React, and it's going to be of type string. So pass in a empty string over here. Okay, so onto the top, let's first of all define the type of root stack param list. Okay, here this in turn is going to have in the key of type string and of type any. Okay, and over here I'm going to say type phone number screen navigation prop. Screen navigation prop is going to be equals to import your native stack navigator prop, native stack navigation prop, this is the one, and pass in the root stack param list as well as the type of routes.phone number. Import routes dot your phone number screen. Okay, so I think we haven't closed that. You have to close it just like this, format once, and save the file. Okay, so here the next step is let's try to add in the navigation. So const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Import that from React navigation, and here we can pass in the type that we have used, that is phone numbers screen navigation prop. Okay, let's look into the design of the return block. So first of all, I'm going to make use of my safe area view. Import that from the context, and let's pass on the class name to this class name. I'm going to give it a flex of 1, bg of white, safe. Within the safe area view, I'm going to have a view. Within that, one more text which says your phone number. Safe. Okay, so we're just trying to replicate this design, and it's going to have a text input over here. So below that, we're going to have a text which says enter your phone number to get started. So having a text, and here I'm going to say enter your phone number to get started. Save this file. Let's pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say text of black and text of 3XL. Font is going to be bold, MB of 2. Here I'm going to say class name text gray of 500. Let's add in that, apart from that, text base. So text base as well as MB of 10. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So for your upper view, let's give in some inner spacing, that is padding. So I'm going to say class name. It's going to have again a flex of 1. Justify, I'm going to say start PT of 12, PX of 6. There you go. That's looking pretty good. So below that, let's try to design the text input that's going to come right below your text. Having a view, this in turn is going to have a text which is going to say +91. I'm just going to hard code it. You can add in your country code. So I'm going to say 91 over here, and the down arrow, I'm just going to get that later, and the or symbol over here. Below this, let's try to have in your text input from React Native class name. It's going to have a flex of 1 to take up the entire space. Text black color, text is going to be LG. And yeah, pass on the placeholder as well. So I'm going to say placeholder, I'm going to say your phone number. Let's pass in the keyboard type as well. It's going to be equals to phone pad. That's the one. Next one, I'm going to say value for this is going to be equals to phone number. Pass in the on-change text. This in turn is going to take in the text. And the way this is going to work is, as I told, as soon as the user enters the last digit, that is 10th digit over here, we need to make a API call as well. Okay, so here I'm going to say const numeric text is going to be equals to, I'm just going to add it. You can try to copy down the regular expression. So this is just to check that the user has only entered numbers and not any other different characters. So once that is done, try to set the state. I'm going to say set phone number to be of your numeric text. Okay, and I'm going to say maximum length is going to be equals to 10 over here, and autofocus is going to be true. Let's save the file. Okay, that's looking fine. We just need to add in your design for the view. Let's add that. So class name for this. So these two needs to come into a row fashion. So pass on that flex row. Then I'm going to say items of center. Width is going to be a full. And we're going to say border. And border gray of, let's say, 300. And rounded is going to be LG. Some PX of 4. Then PY of 3. BG is going to be white. Save the file. And there you go. Just like that, this is looking good. And for the text, let's give in some margin right as well as a text gray of 700. So pass on that style over here. Class name. I'm going to say text gray of 700 and text of LG, some MR of 2. There you go. That's looking pretty good. Okay. So I'm just going to get the design for that arrow. You can try to use your emoji itself from your keyboard. So that's going to look just like this. Okay, save. As you can see, that's looking good. So let's also have a state for the error. So I'm going to say const error comma set error is going to be equals to use state. Okay, just like this. And let's say right below your view or below your text input, let's add it over here. We're gonna check the condition that if at all error value is there, or if there is any kind of issue while implementing this, then show that error, whatever it is, with a help of a text. So here I'm going to show the error, pass on the class name for that. Let's say text red of 500, empty of 2, a text of base. Save. Okay, as you can see, since we have given autofocus of true, as soon as the app loads, this is the first screen, then automatically the text input should be enabled or focused, so the user can directly enter the digits over there. So next, let's try to have this cancel button. So this actually does nothing, but let's add it according to the design. Here I'm going to say view, have an untouchable opacity. This is the one with a text which is gonna say cancel. Pass on the design for this class name, PB of 6. So the reason this is coming automatically down is because we have given a flex of 1 to this view. If you remove this, it should come right below the text input. Okay, so that's the reason it's coming towards the bottommost part, because the design is looking like this. So for the disable opacity, I'm just going to say on press. Yeah, we can actually skip this, not required, because this is the first screen. And for the text class name, I'm going to give it a text of center and a blue color shade, text blue of 500, text of base. Save. Okay, that's looking good. This part is done. So now let's actually try to implement the backend part now itself. So we can head back to the API folder that is over here. And I'm going to say new folder. We have a roots folder over here. First of all, let's create a auth route. So auth.js. On to the top over here, let's try to import some dependencies that we're going to use over here. So const express is going to be equals to require of express. Next, I'm going to say const axios is going to be equals to require of axios. So as we saw in the demo part of the video, we're going to make use of a third-party provider for sending the OTP to the user's phone. Okay, so we're going to make use of the two-factor authentication. So let's use that. So I'm going to say const JWT is going to be equals to require of JWT or require of JSON web token. Then const router is going to be equals to your express.router. So here we're going to write two endpoints. One is for send OTP and one is for verify OTP. So the first one, router.post, I'm going to say send OTP. This in turn is going to have your async method with the request and the response in the callback. Let's say const phone is going to be equals to request.body. It's going to come from the front end part from the text input over here. Here first of all, check the condition stating that if not of phone, I'm directly going to say return result.status of 400.json with a error being phone number is required. So phone number is required. Let's try to save the file, and here let's try to have in your try catch block. So I'm going to say try over here and a catch block, catch of error. Here I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot json with a error being server error, and within the try block I'm going to initialize my response. So first of all, let me tell you how to get the two-factor API key. So before that, create a env file onto the root folder. I'm going to say dot env. Here we can try to add in three things. Also you can add in your Mongo URI over here instead of directly hard coding it over there. So I'm going to say two-factor underscore API underscore key. Furthermore, your JWT secret. Next is your port. Okay, so your port is already hard coded. We can skip that for now. So you can try to add in these two values over here. So to get your two-factor API key, head over to Chrome and go into this website. Alright, so we're going to use this one, that is two-factor.in. So it is going to provide you the best bulk SMS service. The OTP should come to your phone once when we have configured everything correctly. Okay, so to get the API key, make sure to log in, or before that, obviously you need to create an account. You can create your account with your phone number. I'm not going to show you the dashboard because my phone number is visible. Okay, so once you log in, automatically there would be a dashboard section, I guess, where you can easily get the API key. And once you get the API key, just try to copy that down and add it to your env file. So the steps are pretty simple to get it. You have to just look here and there in the website, and to search for the API key, you should be able to get it. The steps are pretty simple. So just that my number is going to see in, so that's the reason I'm not going to be showing the dashboard. Okay, so make sure you get that API key and paste it over here, as well as try to generate your own JWT secret. So now let's come back to auth.js. I'm just going to add in the code for the response over here. So I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios.get. This is going to be the URL we're going to hit, and this in turn is going to take in your two-factor API key. That is going to come from the process.env file dot your value, that is two-factor API key. And this phone is going to come from request.body, that's the front end part. Okay, so once that's done, I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all my response dot my data dot status is not equals to success, then in this case I'm going to say return result.status of 500.json with a error being failed to send OTP. Okay, if all everything is worked out correctly, then directly send the result.json with the session ID. This is going to say response.data.your details. That's it. This is the endpoint for sending the OTP to a particular phone number. Next, let's try to write the endpoint for verifying the OTP. Router.post over here /verify OTP. This in turn is going to have a sync method with the request and the response in the callback. So this is gonna give in two things from the request.body. That is not three things: your session ID, your OTP, as well as the phone number to verify, equals to request.body. Next, I'm gonna first of all check if at all not of your session ID or not of OTP or not of phone. Then in this case, I'm gonna say return result.status of 400.json with a error being missing fields. Alright, that's it. Let's try to have in your try catch block again for this endpoint. So I'm going to say try catch of error. We can just try to add in the same thing over here. Within the try block, again, I'm going to get in the response. You can take a look at it. Alright, I've just pasted in the response. So it's going to be equals to https two-factor.in API v1 your two-factor API key SMS verify along with your session ID as well as the OTP. Here, once this is done, I'm going to check if at all my response dot data dot your status is not equals to, again check for the same thing, success. Then over here in this case, I'm just gonna copy down the same thing. I'm gonna say fail to verify OTP or invalid OTP. Just like this part is done, and if at all it has verified, then in that case I'm going to say let user is going to be equals to await access the user model dot we have find one with the help of phone. Furthermore, check the condition that if at all not of user, then in this case I'm going to say user is going to be equals to create a new user in the backend and pass in the phone. That is just like this, and try to say await user.save. That's it. So now the next step is you're gonna create a token and then sign it. So I'm gonna say const token is gonna be equals to your JWT.user sign method, and we're gonna sign your user ID. User ID is gonna be equals to user._ID, and pass in the JWT secret. That is important. So process dot env like this, env dot your JWT_secret. Okay, so some issue over here, let's look into that. Expression expected. Okay, so we're going to say const token is going to be equals to your JWT dot sign. That's correct, JWT is already imported. Okay, so now it's currently fixed. So for some reason it got deleted last time, so let's try to save. Yeah, so this is the token signing process, and then send the token to the front end part. That's the next step. So I'm going to say result.json of your token as well as the user related information. User is going to be equals to your phone. That is going to be equals to user.phone. First name if present. So first name is going to be equals to user.first name. Email user.email. That's it. Error block is already defined. Format over here and save. Okay, I think I have missed one part over here. Let me just verify that. Yep, I think this is right itself. Okay, after the signing is done, we are going to send the token as well as the user related information to the front end part. Okay, that's it. So let's actually try to implement this one. So let's first of all design your second screen. That's going to be your OTP screen. So let's create a new screen that is going to be called as OTP screen. I'm going to say OTP screen.tsx. So the design for this is not yet added over here in the screenshot, but it's going to be super simple. So rnfes, save the file. Let's include this within your root navigator. That is over here. Go on to the top, just copy this down one more time. So name is going to be equals to your routes.otp, component to render is going to be equals to your OTP screen. Import from the screens folder. Let's try to save. Okay. So first of all, before designing, let's do one thing. Let's first of all try to implement the endpoint, or we can do both together. That is, design both of them and then write the endpoint for both of them so that we can test it together. Yeah, that would be better. So come back to OTP screen and let's look into the design for this. So we need access to your states. Let's add in those things. So const OTP comma set OTP is going to be equals to use state. Import that from React. This is going to be of type string. Furthermore, your timer, I'm going to say const timer comma set timer is going to be equals to use state. Let's say we're going to start from 50 or 53. Next, I'm going to say your local loading state. So const local loading comma set local loading is going to be equals to use state. Initially false. And let's try to get in the phone number from the route params. So const phone number is going to be equals to route.params.phone number. So this route needs to be initialized. So const route is going to be equals to use route, or we can directly access it from over here itself, route as well as the navigation. These are going to be your properties. So let's say type props is going to be equals to your root stack screen props. Import that, and I'm going to say it's going to be of type. So type of your routes.otp. Okay, that's it. Okay, so this should be opening as well over here. All right, just like this, let's try to save the file. And yeah, let's quickly design the return block. Again, we're going to have your safe area view. So I'm going to say safe area view from React Native, or it's better to import from context, that is safe area context. Let's pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have, a flex of 1 and a BG of white. Below that, we're going to have one more view. Within that, another text which is going to say verification code. And I'm going to have one more view with a text which says enter the code we sent to your phone number. Let's pass in the design for each of them. So class name, again a flex of 1, your justify of start, this one, pt of 12 as well as px of 6. Then for the verification code, I'm going to say class name. This is going to have, text of black, text of 3XL, and a font of bold. I'm also going to say MB of 2. Then for this particular one, we can give it, let's say text gray of 500. Text of base. First of all, let's exactly look how this design is looking so it's better. So come back to root navigator, make this as the first screen. Reload so that we can see the OTP screen. As you can see, that's looking good. Come back to OTP screen over here. Format once. And below this view, I'm going to have a touchable opacity, which is going to say wrong number, then we can go back. Text, wrong number, question mark. So for a touchable opacity, pass on the class name. This in turn is going to have Okay, not for this, my bad. This is just going to have on press, which is going to say navigation.go back. Taking a function, and I'm going to say navigation.go back. So yes, that's it. And for this, I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have an text blue of 500, a text of base, and a ml of 1. Okay, not base, text of base. Yeah, I think this is looking good. Save. So below this, a text input to enter the OTP value. So here I'm going to say text input, pass on the keyboard type. That's going to be a phone pad. I mean, not phone pad, number pad. Next value is going to be equals to OTP, that is whatever the user enters within the input field. Next, you're going to have your on-chain text. This in turn is going to have in the text. Again, let's try to get the expression from the previous screen that we have used and add it over here. Next, set the OTP to be of your numeric text. And I'm going to say, yeah, that's it for now for the on-chain text. Let's pass on the class name. It is going to be equals to text of center and text of to XL. I'm going to say tracking is going to be widest. Add in that. Border is going to be B and border gray of, let's say, 300 and some padding Y of 4. There you go. That's looking good. And we can give in some empty of 1 for this, for the wrong number, or let's say 2. Yeah, that's looking better. So yeah, this is your text input, and maximum length is going to be 6 because the OTP length is going to be 6. So max length 6. For this also, autofocus, it's going to be true. So add in that true value. Then I'm going to say auto complete is going to be equals to a one-time code. Okay, save the file. This part is done. So now below this, we're going to have some more designs. Add in the view for that. So here we're going to have touchable opacity, which in turn is going to have a text which says resend code in 0, and then your timer value. So timer dot toString dot, I'm going to make use of the pad start method and pass in the value just like this. Next one is for the call me. So this is just for the design part. I'm going to say again call me in that particular time. So here instead of resend code, call me in this time. Okay, as you can see, resend code in 053, call me in 053. So for this view, I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have in a flex of row, justify of between, px of 6, pb of 4, and for this text I'm going to say class name. I'm going to make use of backticks for this. So add in that value, text gray of, let's say, 500, text of base, check the condition if timer is greater than 0, question mark, it's going to be equals to opacity 50, else just empty over here. Okay, you can try to add it just like this format. Save. So the similar styling is going to go to the next one as well. So copy down just the class name and add it over here. There you go. Resend code in 53 seconds. Call me in 53 seconds. And let's try to implement the timer countdown over here. I'm going to make use of a use effect. So this essentially is going to be dependent on your timer. So within the dependency array, pass in the timer just like this. Import use effect from React as such. Here check the condition stating that if at all your timer value is greater than 0, then in that case for every second it needs to be going one countdown. So let's say it's currently 53. For the next second it should be 52, 51 and so on till 0. Okay. So I'm going to say const interval is going to be equals to set interval functionality. Use that. This in turn is going to take in the seconds. That's going to be 1000 millisecond and that is 1 second. Here set the timer, take in the previous value, and here I'm going to say previous minus 1. And here let's do the cleanup and then clear off the interval right below this. I'm going to say return clear interval of your interval. Let's try to format once over here. Save. There you go. It has already started working. 53, 52, 51. It keeps on going till 0. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much it. We can try to implement this functionality. So come back to your root navigator. Let's keep this as first. Reload. Okay, so come back to your phone number screen.tsx. And over here, let's try to define the functionality. First of all, use your use effect, import it from React. So this is a check whether or not 10 digits have been present or not within the input field. If it is present, directly call the function. So if your phone number dot length is equals to 10 and not of is loading. Okay, so for is loading it's currently not defined, as you can see, or I think it's better to install and initialize Sujan into the system, and we can create a separate auth store where we have different kinds of functionalities, that is send OTP, your verify OTP and set pin and so on. Instead of doing it locally, let's try to do that with the help of Sujan. So let's try to create that is install Sujan. So I'm going to say yarn add Sujan, enter, and within the store, so first of all let's try to comment this out for now. Save. So if you remember, we had created the stores folder. I'm going to say auth store.ts, enter. So here let's try to write all of the features and functionalities for different functions, that is send OTP, verify OTP as well as set pin. Before that, let's try to have in your API base URL, I'm going to say const API underscore base underscore your URL is going to be equals to http localhost 3000 / API, and here I'm going to say Axios. We need to import Axios from Axios, or let's install it, yarn add Axios to the main project. Let's import it now manually. So import Axios from Axios. So this is going to say axios.defaults dot your base URL is going to be equals to your API base URL. That's it. Let's try to define the interface for your user. It's going to have a unique ID of type string, a phone as well, that's your phone number, your first name might be optional, string, last name as well, again optional, email also of type string. So yeah, that's it. Let's try to define your interface auth state. That is how exactly it's going to look with all of the methods. So interface auth state, it's going to contain a user of type user or null initially, token string or null, is loading is going to be boolean error, again of type string or null, your session ID of string or null, then your send OTP. This in turn is going to take in a phone of type string, and it's going to return a promise of type string. So this in turn is going to return your session ID. Okay, so that's the reason I've written promise of type string. Here you verify OTP is gonna take in the OTP of type string, also the phone as well. So let's pass in phone 2. Here it's gonna say promise of void. So below verify OTP, I'm going to say set pin. So I'm going to say pin over here of type string, and this is just going to say promise of void. Next we have it for the verify pin. So verify pin, this is going to take in again a pin of string, and over here it's going to be promise of type boolean, whether it's verified or not. So that's the reason, promise of boolean. Next, for the complete profile, let's add it over here. The next one is going to be for the verified token. This in turn is going to say promise of void. Next I'm going to say sign out. This also promise of void. Furthermore, your set error. So I'm going to say set error over here. Taking your error of type string or null, and I'm going to say void. That's it. So here we have defined auth state, that's complete. So now next let's try to define your use auth store, and we're also going to make use of persist as well. And in this case we're going to make use of your encrypted storage, that is with the help of React Native encrypted storage. And if you have observed in the previous applications, we used to make use of async storage as the persist, that is to store the data or to hold on to the data, whereas over here in this case we're going to make use of the encrypted storage that is going to come from React Native encrypted storage. So let's get started by defining your use auth store over here. So here I'm going to say export const use auth store is going to be equals to create, import that from Zustand. I guess Zustand is installed. There you go, it's installed, but for some reason the auto import is not working. Let's try to import it manually from Zustand onto the top. I'm going to say import create from Zustand. Okay, so this create is going to have in the type that is going to be of auth state, and here I'm going to use my persist. Okay, so this in turn is going to have in two methods, set and the get. Here we're going to have the initial details or the initial state. User is going to be null. Your token also is going to be null. Is loading is going to be equals to false. Furthermore, your error, it's going to be equals to null. Your session ID is going to be null as well. Okay, let's define the first method, that is going to be send OTP. So I'm going to say send OTP. It's going to be a async function, which in turn is going to take in the phone as parameter of type string. Here I'm going to say set your is loading is going to be a true. Error I'm going to say null over here. Next, let's try to have in your try catch block for this particular functionality. So catch of error, and I'm going to say console.error send OTP failed. Okay, next I'm going to say const message is going to be equals to error dot response dot your data dot your error, and we're going to set the error once we have that. So I'm going to say set error to be of that particular message, and we can say throw new error of the message over here. That's it for the catch block. Within the try block, we need access to your response, so let's do that. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios dot, it's going to be post method, and it's going to be /auth /send OTP, and this in turn is going to take in the body, that is going to be the phone itself. That's it. And you can try to log the send OTP response with the help of response.data. So I'm going to skip that for now. Let's try to get in the session ID, that is going to be the result from the endpoint. So I'm going to say const session ID is going to be equals to your response.data.session ID. Here I'm going to check if not of session ID, then in this case I'm going to say const message is going to be equals to OTP sent but no session ID returned. That's it, and I'm going to set the error to be of message, and again we can say throw new error. Then if at all we've got the session ID, then it's working correctly fine, that is the endpoint. Then directly try to set the session ID over here. That's it, and we can return this as well. So I'm going to say return your session ID. This part is done. Let's try to write the verify OTP functionality that's going to come below your send OTP. Here I'm going to say verify OTP. It's going to have async method. It's going to take in your OTP comma your string, OTP of type string, then your phone of type string as well. Here I'm again going to say set is loading to be of true. Error is going to be null initially. Next, let's try to get in the session ID. So const session ID is going to be equals to directly access the get method, and as soon as you type the dot, we can get the session ID, just like this. Next, again check the condition if at all not of session ID. I'm directly going to say throw new error which says no session ID. Let's try to have in your try catch block for this. So try catch of error. Here we're going to say set the error to be of this one. So set error to be of error.response.data.error, and then throw the error. That's it. And finally we are going to say set your is loading to be of false. That's it. So yeah, this part is done. So within the try block, let's try to initialize the response first of all. So const response is going to be equals to await axios dot, it's going to be the post method. So /auth your verify OTP, and this in turn is going to take in three things as the body: session ID, your OTP, as well as the phone. Let's format once and let's try to save the file. Once this is successful, I'm directly going to say set your token to be of your response.data.token, and your user is going to be equals to your response.data.user. Session ID, let's make it as null. Let's format once and let's try to save the file. So let's also write in all of the functionalities at once, and we can directly use it once when we are designing this. So your verify OTP is done. The next one is going to be for the set pin. So if you remember, once they have entered the OTP and that is successful, they need to set a particular pin for their account. Okay, so let's implement that. So below this I'm going to say set pin. It's going to be a async method, which in turn is going to take in the pin of type string. It's basically going to be a 4-digit number. Here again similarly, set is loading to be of true, error is going to be null. Next I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to access the get method and dot token. Here again having your try catch block, so try and then catch of error. Here I'm just going to copy this down. It's essentially going to be the same thing itself. Add it, and finally set the is loading to be a false. Again copy your finally block and then add it over here. Alright, so within your try block now, let's write this. I'm going to say await axios dot post method. I don't think we have the endpoint, but yeah, let's write it. I'm going to say /auth /set pin. This in turn is going to take in the pin, and we're also going to have the headers being set for this. So headers which in turn is going to have in your authorization, make use of backticks, initialize the bearer $token, just like this. Okay, that's it. So by this the pin should be set. Save the file. Now let's write the next one, that is going to be verify pin. So I'm going to say verify pin. It's going to have async method, which in turn is going to take in the pin of type string. Here const token is going to be equals to get. We can even get it like this as well, or this way also is possible. Okay, so get the token, again having your try catch block, so try and then catch of error. Here let's try to pass in the same details over here for the verify pin as well. And within the try block, initially let's set the loading. So I'm going to say set, or we can do that onto the top as well. Copy this down and then add it below this point. So now within the try block, let's try to initialize the response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios.post. So even for this we have not yet defined it, but let's write it down. Auth / it's going to be verify pin, pass in the pin over here, and again it's going to take in your headers, authorization, make use of your backticks. It's going to be bearer token, so bearer $token. And yeah, let's say below your response over here, set the is loading to be a false. And this is going to be of any, let's add in that format and save. Yeah, so this part is done. So we have two more functionalities, that is complete profile as well as verify token, and even sign out as well. We can do that later, I guess. So here we need to add in the storage. Okay, so it's going to be name, it's going to be auth storage, and storage we need to pass in that. Here I'm going to say create JSON storage, this in turn is going to have in the type, that is going to be encrypted storage. Okay, so I'm going to say partialize over here. This in turn is going to have in the state, and here I'm going to say token is going to be equals to your state or token, and furthermore your state dot token, let's write that properly, and your user is going to be equals to your state dot user. Okay, not sure, for some reason it's erroring out, probably with the brackets, some issue with respect to that. Copy this down. Alright, so I've just added it over here just like this. Let's try to format once, and we need to import all of these onto the top along with persist, even that is not imported. Okay, yeah, I think my bad, I forgot to install this dependency, that is React Native encrypted storage. Let's install that, copy that down, and here I'm going to say yarn add React Native encrypted storage. Save the file. There you go, that has been installed. Okay, so this part is done. So yeah, we are getting a lot of issues because we haven't, entered all of these methods. That is your verify pin, not verify pin, my bad, your verify token, your complete profile, and your sign out. So that's the reason it's erroring out, but we can write just empty functions over here so that the errors are gone. So let's say sign out, it's gonna be a async method and just empty for now. Next we have is for the verify token, it's gonna be a normal async method just like this. Next we have is your complete profile. So this in turn is gonna be again async functionality with your first name as string, your last name as well of type string, email also type string. Okay, so even though we have all of these, but still it's erroring out, not sure why. I think set error is missing if I'm not wrong. So set error, this in turn is going to take in the errors and we're going to set it over here. Alright, we can take a look at it. So now all of the issues are gone. Alright, so you can take a look at it, all of the issues have been gone, so which is good. So let's try to save the file once. So you can take a look at the code right from the starting point if you've missed something. Okay. Just like this, and I've imported all of these onto the top. That's it. Let's come back to your phone number screen and then let's continue writing all of these functionalities, that is for sending the OTP to a particular phone number. Let's first of all try to get in all of the functions we are going to use. So const send OTP, comma is loading, comma error, comma set error is going to be equals to use auth store. We can remove this, that's not required. Okay, so here check the condition stating that if at all phone number dot length and not of is loading, I'm going to say handle continue. Let's try to define this function. I'm going to say const handle continue is going to be equals to async function. Here first of all I'm going to check if at all not a phone number or your phone number dot length is less than 10, then here we're going to say set the error to be of please enter a valid 10-digit number. Okay, and I'm directly going to say return over here and set error to be of null. And let's try to have in your try catch block. It's going to be simple. So try catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.error handle continue error with that particular error. Within the try block, let's try to access the full phone number. So I'm going to say const full phone is going to be equals to, so we need to send it along with the country code, else the implementation won't work. If at all you send only your 10-digit number, the OTP won't be sent to that particular phone number. You need to add in the country code, then only it's going to work. So I'm going to say +91 $ your phone number. Okay, here I'm going to say const session ID is gonna be equals to await send OTP of your full phone. And once that is done, I'm going to say navigation.navigate to your routes dot your OTP and pass in some information that is going to be phone number, that is going to be full phone, then your session ID as well as is login. So yeah, we need to define this is login, that is going to be a hard-coded value for now. So I'm going to say const is login equals use state of type boolean, default is going to be true. Let's format once and let's try to save the file. So let's also try to implement, okay, so some issue over here, cannot read property use auth store of undefined. Not sure why that is happening. Let's do a pod install one, cd ios pod install, enter. Probably it should install the dependencies from the encrypted storage. Hopefully this should be the issue. So let's reload our app once this is done, and I'm going to restart my application. So terminal, quit terminal. I'm again going to say yarn ios and then enter. So yeah, by the time the app is building, let's come back to OTP screen and let's try to implement the verify OTP functionality. Okay, so I'm going to say OTP screen.tsx, and yeah, we have done the timer part, that is, you know, showing fine. Here again, having a use effect. So this is basically for auto verifying. Again, as soon as the user types in the sixth digit, the sixth OTP digit, automatically we need to call the verify OTP functionality. So check the condition, if at all your OTP dot length is equals to 6 and not of is local loading, then in this case I'm going to say handle verify, and here also let's try to get in some functions, that is from your use auth store, that is going to be your verify OTP. Let's try to get the same spelling. So this is send OTP, this is going to be verify OTP. Copy that down. Comma your, let's come back. So apart from verify OTP, we need your send OTP as well. Next, your is loading, that is going to be your store loading, comma error, set error equals to use auth store. Okay, let's try to define the handle verify functionality. Const handle verify equals to async function. So first of all, if at all not a phone number, directly try to return, because we need the phone number for verifying, and set local loading to be of true, set error to be of null. Try to have in your try catch block, so try catch of error, I'm going to say console.error. Yeah, so the app is finally building, so hopefully that issue should not come now. I'm going to say verify OTP failed, that particular error message. So within the try block, I'm just going to call the await verify OTP functionality. So I'm going to say await verify OTP of your OTP, comma your phone number. Let's try to get in the user info over here. So I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to your use auth store dot get state. Here first of all, check the condition stating that if at all not of your user dot first name, then they need to navigate to the setup profile or the set pin profile. After that, the complete profile comes. So I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to routes dot set pin. Okay, that's it. Let's try to format once. I think some issue is present. Reload. Okay, it's waiting for watchman. So this should take some time. So by the time that is going to load, let's actually create our screen that is going to be the set pin screen. Yeah, so we do have some issues. I couldn't see that. Okay, let's wait for some more time and let's create that set pin screen. So screens over here, I'm going to say set pin screen.tsx rnfes together show and code snippet. Save this file, and now the next step is include this within your root navigator.tsx, that is within the auth navigator. So copy this down So here the name is going to be equals to your routes dot set pin. Component to render is going to be equals to set pin screen. Save the file, format once, and here within your OTP screen, yeah, so within your use effect, we're also going to add the next loading state as well. That is, we're going to check if at all OTP.length is equals to 6 and not of local loading and not of is loading. I mean store loading. That is this value. Let's try to save the file and let's scroll down over here and let's try to add in one more design. I think I forgot that. That is going to come right below your text input. That is this one. So I'm going to say if at all error is present, show that error with the help of a text, and if at all either your local loading is present or your store loading is present, try to show this activity indicator with a text which is saying verifying. So import activity indicator from React Native as such, and then let's format once. Save. Let's reload. Let's see what exactly is the issue. Chat app. Okay, that's working fine, which is good. So let's try to give this a try. I'm going to enter my phone number. I'm not going to share this part. Obviously, this would be trimmed while editing, and automatically, if at all we have done everything correctly, we should be, navigated to your OTP screen. So let me do that now. All right. So nothing seems to happen. That is, once I entered my phone number, I was not able to, navigate to your next screen. Okay, so make sure to add this as well. That is loading. I forgot to add it to the phone number screen. And as you can see, we're able to see the message which says failed to send OTP. I guess I know what the issue is because our backend is not even running, right? So that's the reason we are not able to send the OTP. That's a silly issue. So come back to CD API, yarn start, enter, and there you go. Server running on port 3000, connected to MongoDB. So now this should work properly fine. Let's give this one more try. And if all this works fine, I should be navigated to the OTP screen. Okay, so finally found out the issue. So I haven't even written the app use of that specific route, that is the auth route in our case. So that's the reason it was giving us the 500 error. Okay, we are just trying to listen. We need to use the routes. So first of all, let's try to get the auth router over here. So const auth routes or auth router is going to be equals to your require method. Go into the routes folder. Okay, not like this, just a single dot. Access the auth over here. Save. So let's say over here after the connection method, I'm going to say app.use. It's going to be /API /auth and pass on the auth routes to be used over here. That's it. Save the file. Hopefully no issues. Okay, so we do have an issue. Okay, it says argument handler must be a function. Let's look into that. That is within the auth routes auth.js. Yeah, so we haven't exported it, so we need to say module.export is going to be equals to your router. So here module.exports equals to router. Save the file. There you go, no issues now. So now let's try to give this a try. So I'm going to enter the phone number. If at all everything has worked out correctly, I should be navigated to the OTP screen. Okay, so still there is some issue in calling the API to send the OTP to that particular phone number, because I had entered the 10 digits, but yeah, we were not able to call the API. Let's look into the phone number screen where we have gone wrong. So the issue must be with respect to use effect. Okay, so I think I forgot to add one more thing, that is your dependency, because this is going to be dependent upon your phone number. So that's the reason it's not calling that handle continue. So let's try to save the file. So hopefully now it should work. Let's give this one more try. Okay, so now I was able to see that sending OTP, that is this one, but it is giving us a server error. So this error is different from the previous one, so we need to actually look into where exactly we have gone wrong. So let's check that out. After all, we have set up everything correctly within the auth store for the not verify, send OTP. So it should be auth and then send OTP. This is our URL. Okay, let's actually verify that once within your index.js. Yeah, that is correct. API auth. Let's again verify your auth store.ts. Yeah, so HTTP and then localhost /3000. Yeah, that's actually right, but over here it's gonna say API auth and then send OTP. Let's verify if that's the correct name. Yeah, so that is the correct name, but for some reason. Okay, so now I understood why exactly it's not working, because I haven't yet added my details within the env. My bad, I forgot that. So as you can see, both of them are empty. So I'm just gonna add in these two values and then I'm gonna again try to make this work. It should definitely work this time, because this is the only issue, because this is currently empty. Alright, so I have added my API keys, that is for the two-factor API key as well as the JWT secret. Make sure you add in yours. Save the file. Let's again try to restart the server. Okay, so now it should definitely work. Let's try to give this a try. I'm gonna enter my phone number and I should be navigated to the OTP screen. And there you go. Finally, it's working. So I'm just gonna enter the OTP if I get it onto my phone number. Okay, so again, same issue over here as well. As soon as I typed the 6 digits, it is not working, because we need to add a dependency within your use effect. So let's try to add that OTP. This is going to be dependent upon OTP. Save. Let's again say 9. Okay, that's weird, because we have given all of these things, and here OTP.length is equals to 6 and not of local loading and okay, my bad, not of store loading. Save the file. There you go, verifying, and boom. So this was the issue, my mistake, a typo error. So make sure to check for not of store loading, then only it's going to work, otherwise it is not going to work as in this case. So make that change, and there you go, finally it's working fine. So since your OTP was verified correctly, it went ahead and then checked for the user.first name. It was not present. Okay, so that's the reason we navigated to the routes.setPin. So it is going to look something like this, and once they choose and set the pin, they need to come to the setup profile. Okay, let's design that. That's going to be the next step. Okay, so here I'm going to say set pin screen, and let's look into the design of the set pin screen over here. So let's say onto the top initially, let's say const pin comma your set pin is going to be equals to use state from React. It's going to be of type string over here. Next I'm going to say const confirm pin comma set confirm pin equals use state. This also is going to be of type string, so let's add in that in this way. Next, let's try to get it from your use auth store. I'm going to say const set pin, and I'm going to say set pin API comma is loading comma your error and set error equals to use auth store, imported from the auth store. Okay, so this part is done. So let's directly look into the design of your return block over here. So instead of the view, I'm going to make use of my safe area view. Import it just like this. This in turn is going to have a view, which in turn is going to have a text which says create your pin. So I'm going to say create your pin, save. As you can see, that is being shown onto the screen. Let's provide the design for this. So class name, it's going to have a text of black and then text of, let's say, 3XL. Font is going to be bold. MB of 2. So for your safe area view, flex of 1, BG is going to be white, and for this view I'm going to say class name, it's going to be flex of 1, justify of start, PT of 12, and then PX of 6. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Below this we're gonna have in one more piece of view. So having that view, and we're gonna have a text which says pins can help you restore your account and keep your info encrypted with the app. Safe. Yeah, so this is looking good, and let's try to have in one more piece of text over here which says learn more. Format once, and for the view let's provide in the styling. So class name, I'm just going to say MB of 10, and for this inner text which says learn more, it is going to be in a blue color, so I'm going to say text blue of 500. There you go, that's looking good. We can add in a full stop. For this text class name, this in turn is going to have in text gray of 500, text of base, and save. There you go, that's looking pretty good. Now let's try to have in your text input over here. That's the first one that's going to come right below your view. Here I'm going to say text input, so within this I'm going to have in the class name, it's going to have a width of full, then BG gray of 200, rounded of full as well, PX of 4, PY of 3, and then text of black. Text is going to be LG MB of 2. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking pretty good. So placeholder is going to be just empty, or we can skip that as well. Value is going to be equals to your pin. So for this, the state is already initialized onto the top. You can check that, and on change text again, this in turn is going to have in the value. So taking that here, first of all let's try to get in that number check with the help of regular expressions. That is this one. Here I'm going to say const numeric text is going to be equals to t dot replace of that particular regular expression. Once that is done, just try to say set pin to be of your numeric text, and if there is any kind of error, then over here set the error over here of that particular errors. Okay, not error, it should be null, or you can actually skip this, not required for now, because this is just for the on change, right? So apart from that, keyboard type, let's pass in that as well. It's going to be your number pad. Next, secure text entry. Next, autofocus. True. Okay, let's format once. Next, let's try to have in a text over here which is going to say pin must be at least 4 digits. Okay, so for this let's provide the class name. This in turn is gonna have in text gray of 500, text base, and MB of 6. Okay, this is good. Below this I'm gonna have in a text input. So this is basically for the second one, I'm just going to copy down the about text input because the design is going to obviously remain similar. Okay, just make the change for the value. So instead of pin, it is going to be your confirm pin. Okay, so I'm going to say confirm pin. And for on change text, just define the numeric text. We only need your digits. Okay, and instead of set pin, I'm going to say set confirm pin of your numeric text. Okay, that's it. Keyboard type again number pad. Secure text entry true. Autofocus, you can remove this. Let's format once. Next, I'm going to have in a text which says confirm pin. So confirm pin. Save. Let's provide in the class name for this. So this essentially is going to have text gray of 500. Okay, and then a text of base MB of 6. Save. Yep, this is looking pretty good. So below this text, I'm going to have an error being shown if at all there is any kind of error while implementing this. So error, if it is present, and let's try to render a text and show that particular error. It is going to be in red color since this is an error. So class name for this, I'm going to say text red of 500, MB of 4, and text of base. Save. Okay, that's looking good. So below we are going to have a bunch of buttons: setting pin, set pin, as well as create a alphanumeric pin. That is just for the UI part. So let's say below this view, I'm going to have in one more view. Here I'm going to have an touchable opacity imported from React Native, and within this, okay, it did get imported. Yeah, now it's working fine. Here, first of all, check the condition stating that if at all is loading is true, then in this case, I'm gonna show the fragments. This in turn is gonna have your activity indicator. Import that from React Native, and color of this is gonna be equals to white. Here we're gonna have a text which says setting pin dot 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 dot, and class name for this. This in turn is going to have text of white, text of center, and font is going to be semi bold, text LG, ML of 2. Here I'm going to have a text which is going to say set pin. Save the file. As you can see, since is loading is false, it should go into the else condition. So here I'm going to say class name. It's going to be in white color basically, so text of white, and then text of center, font is going to be semi bold, text is going to be LG. So let's pass on the design for the touchable opacity. So class name, it's obviously going to have width of full, and then BG blue of, let's say, 500, some padding Y of 4, rounded is going to be XL, margin bottom of 4, flex of row, justify center, items of center, and there you go. Just like that, this is looking good. So for the view, let's provide some padding because it's almost touching the left and right part of the screen. So class name over here, I'm going to say PB6 as well as PX of 6. Okay, that's looking pretty neat. This is good. So below your touchable opacity, let's have in one more touchable opacity. Let's have in a text over here which is going to say create alpha numeric pin. Save. So for the text, let's provide the design, class name. So this in turn is going to have text blue of 500 and text of center and text of base as well. Save the file. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Let's try to implement the handle set pin onto the top. I'm just going to define it first and then give it to the touchable opacity. So const handle set pin is going to be a async function. Here, first of all, I'm going to clear the error if any, so set error to be of null. Then if your pin doesn't equal confirm pin, then we cannot implement this, so give a message to the user saying that pins are not the same. Set error, I'm going to say your pins do not match, and here directly try to return over here. Here I'm going to check if at all your pin.length is less than 4. Again, set the error saying that we need to enter only a 4-digit pin, not more or not less than that. So I'm going to say pin must be at least, or pin must be only 4 digits. This is a better, statement to write. And then we're going to directly return from the function. Okay, so the next condition is if at all both of them have been matched, if at all pin as well as confirm pin is equal, and if at all they are 4 digits, that is the length is equals to 4, then we can execute with the function. So try catch, initially catch of error. I'm going to say console.error set pin failed with that particular error message. Within your try block, I'm going to say await set pin API of your pin. Okay, once this is done, we need to navigate to the setup profile screen. Let's create that screen. So I'm going to say setup profile.tsx, setup profile screen .tsx, rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. Alright, let's make use of the screen within your root navigator file. Just try to access this. Copy this down. So this in turn is going to be equals to your routes.complete or setup profile. Yeah, setup profile, that's the name. And component render is going to be equals to your setup profile screen. This is the one. Import that correctly, and then let's try to save the file. So let's verify if at all we have done everything correctly, or I'm not sure if at all we have written the endpoint itself. Let's verify that once again. So send OTP is there, verify OTP is there. As you can see, it's not written. Let's write for both of them, that is set pin as well as verify pin as well. So come back to auth.js, and we're gonna write the endpoint for set pin. So I'm gonna say router.post. This is gonna be equals to / set pin. And here I'm going to have in your auth middleware being passed. We need to define that as well. So let's go on to the top and then define this. That is your auth middleware. So I'm going to say const auth middleware is going to be equals to, it's going to take in the request, result, and the next. First of all, try to access the token. It's going to be equals to request dot your headers, and pass in your authorization over here. I'm going to say dot split with the help of the space to access the second part, that is the bearer, that is after the bearer. It's going to be equals to 1. So this would give you the token in hand. Okay, here check stating that if at all not of token, then directly try to say return result dot your status of 101 dot JSON with a error being no token is provided. Okay, here let's try to have a try catch block. So try catch of error. Here I'm going to say result dot status of 403 dot JSON with a error being invalid token. Okay, within a try block, I'm going to say const decoded equals to JWT dot your verify method. That's how we verify it. Pass in the token, and we need to pass in your JWT secret as well. So to access that, we're going to say process dot env dot your JWT secret, whatever you have passed in the env file. So this part is done. Try to access the user ID. So it's going to be equals to request dot user ID equals your decoded dot your user ID, and we can directly say next over here. Okay, that's your auth middleware. Okay, you can take a look at it. So let's come down over here and let's try to continue writing your set pin functionality, passing your auth middleware onto the top. It's already defined. It's gonna be async function with your request, comma, your response or result. So here, first of all, get the pin. I'm gonna say const pin equals to your request.body. Here, if not of pin or if your pin dot length is not equals to 4, then in this case I'm going to say return your result dot status of 400 dot JSON with a error being pin must be 4 digits. Okay, now here let's try to have in your try catch block. So try catch error. Here I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON with a error being server error, and within your try block over here I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await access the user model. I think we need to import this one. Yeah, it's already imported, that's good. So here we're going to say user dot, we're going to say find by ID method, and we're going to find based on the request dot user ID that's going to be coming from your auth middleware. Okay, here first of all check the condition stating that if at all not of user, then here I'm going to say return result dot status of 404 dot JSON with a error being user is not found. Okay, that's it. And if at all the user is present, set the pin for that particular user. So to set that, I'm going to say user.pin is going to be equals to await hash it. I'm going to say bcrypt dot, we have the hash method, pass in the pin and the value that's going to be 10, and just save it. So I'm going to say await user dot save, and here we can say, and here we can say result dot JSON with your message being pin set successfully. Let's try to save the file. That's it. Let's also write the verify as well as complete profile. These are the only two things that are going to be present within your auth.js. So let's write it. So router.post, this is going to be verify pin. So this is going to be used within your front end part, that is once after 48 hours with the help of the bottom model. So I'm going to say async with the request comma your result. I'm going to say const pin equals to your request.body. Again, the user is going to enter this pin over here within the bottom model and they're going to submit it. Then we need to verify that with the backend. Okay, so again check the similar condition. If at all not of pin or pin.length is not equals to 4, then return result.status of 400 with a message saying that pin must be at least 4 digits. Okay, this part is done. Let's again try to access your try catch block. Copy this down. I'm going to say try and then catch of error over here. So now within the try block, let's again try to access the user again with the help of user.find by ID method. Copy that down. It's going to remain same. And once that's done, here check the condition stating that if at all not of user or not of await your bcrypt dot, we can directly use the compare method over here and we can compare with the help of pin comma your user.pin. Then in this case I'm going to say return result dot status of 400 dot JSON with success message. I'm going to say false, and then error is going to be invalid pin. Okay, that's it. Here furthermore I'm going to say result.json success is going to be true, that is, it is verified. So that's simple. That is the complete implementation for verify pin. Let's write down the last functionality over here within the auth.js. That's going to be your complete profile. Okay, so I'm going to say router dot post, it's going to be / complete profile. Again, taking your auth middleware, having your async method with the request and the response in the callback over here, and try to access three things, that is from the front end: first name, last name, as well as the email. So I'm going to say const first name comma last name comma your email equals your request.body. Here check the condition stating that if at all not of first name or not of your email, then over here in this case I'm going to say return result.status of 400.json with a error being missing fields. Okay, that's it. This part is done. Let's again try to access your try catch block. So try catch of error. You can try to add in the same error, which is going to say server error. And for your try block over here, let's say const user is going to be equals to await access the user model. Here we're going to make use of the find by id and update method. So use that find by id and update. So we need to update which one, that is with respect to that particular user id. So that would be coming from your request.user id. So pass in that is the first parameter, request.user id. That's going to come from your middleware data. And here I'm going to say first name, last name, and the email directly updated. This is going to be updated with the help of these values over here. So first name, last name, and then the email, and I'm going to say new is going to be true. Okay, that's it. Let's try to format once. Here check the condition stating that if at all not of user, then you can say return result.status of 404.json with the error being user is not found, and we can directly try to say result.json with a message which says profile is updated with that specific user information. Okay, format, that's it. Let's try to save the file. Let's also verify once if at all within your auth store your set pin is there, send OTP is there, verify OTP is there, set pin is there, as you can see, that's correct. And apart from that, your verify pin is also there. We need to write it for the complete profile. Let's do that later. First of all, let's implement the set pin functionality. Let's come back to set pin over here. So now within your try block, we're going to say await set pin of your pin. Yeah, that's correctly done. Here I'm going to say navigation. I think navigation is not yet set. Let's try to first of all define the props over here. I'm going to say type props equals to your root stack screen props. This is the one. This is going to be equals to your type of routes.setPin. Okay, yeah, it got imported. So let's try to access navigation over here itself. Navigation of type props. So here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to your routes.setup profile. That's the one. Yeah, so that's it, and catch is already defined. Let's try to give the on press to the touchable opacity, which is going to say handle set pin. So over here, touchable opacity, I'm going to say on press. You can directly say handle set pin, and it's going to be disabled if at all it is loading, because we do not want the user to again press on set pin if at all something is already running, right? So disabled is going to be loading is going to be true. Okay, that's it. Format once. Let's try to give this a try. I'm going to set my pin for this specific user. So the first one, 4 digits, you can enter any pin over here and set pin. Okay, setting pin, some issue over here. Request failed with status code 400. I think some issue with respect to the middleware itself. Let's check that out over here. Auth.js, where exactly it's erroring out. So set pin. Let's actually try to verify if all the pin is coming correct or not. So pin, comma your pin. So if this is not coming, that is in the log, some issue is with respect to your auth middleware. Let's say set pin over here. Okay, so it's undefined. Alright, that's the reason it's kind of erroring out. So let's look into that. Come back to your set pin screen. Let's try to log the pin over here. Console.log pin, comma your pin, console.log confirm and confirm pin. Save. Alright, let's open the DevTools once. Let's verify if all the details are coming correctly fine. As you can see, pin is correct, confirm pin is correct as well. Yeah, but still we're getting that issue. So it's coming until this point. Let's log it over here as well. That is within the try block. Save, clear this. Again, set pin. Yeah, so it is actually going into the try block. So it's finally able to figure out the issue. So one issue is with respect to the bcrypt that is not yet imported. So if you check out the set pin, here we are using bcrypt that is not imported onto the top. And there is a silly issue with respect to your console.log. Here I'm saying dot pin instead of comma. Okay, so comma should come. So let's try to import bcrypt. I'm going to say const bcrypt is going to be equals to require of bcrypt. So because of this, it was not working. Hopefully. Okay, so let's try to give this one more try. Okay, app crashed. Alright, cannot find module. So we need to install this into the API folder. So yarn and bcrypt. That is done. As you can see, now it's working fine. Now I'm going to set the pin. Hopefully, let's check if at all this was the issue. So let's press on set pin. And boom, just like that, pin is 2009. I've set it. And the pin was set for this particular user. And we're coming correctly to the set profile screen or set up profile screen. So here we need to set up the profile and get in the information related to the first name, last name, as well as the email of the user. Okay. So let's get started with the implementation as well as the design of the setup profile screen. So your setup profile screen is going to look, something like this. That is this one. So let's get started with the design of this one. So initially, let's try to have in all of the states that are required. So I'm going to say const first name, comma set first name is going to be equals to use state initially of type string. So import your use state from React just like this. Okay, now next let's try to initialize it for the last name. So const last name comma set last name equals to use state again of type string. And here the next one is going to be for the email. So const email comma set email is going to be equals to use state is also of type string. Next, for the profile image, you can skip that, and let's get in the details from your use auth store. Const complete profile comma is loading comma your error comma set error equals use auth store. Okay, and here I'm gonna have in the refs for the first ref, last ref, as well as the email ref. Let's initialize that. So const first ref equals to use ref with respect to your text input of null We also need to import useref from React. Import that. Here I'm going to say const last ref equals to useref of your text input, and here we're going to have in null. Next, email ref equals to useref of your text input, and again null. So let's get started with the design of the return block over here. I'm going to make use of a safe area view, and let's initially pass on the design to this. So class name, this in turn is going to have a flex of 1, a bg of white, and within that I'm going to have a view. Here I'm going to have a text, okay, which is going to say set up your profile. And below that I'm going to have in one more piece of view, which in turn is going to have a text which says profiles are visible to people you message, contacts and groups. People you message, contacts and groups. Safe. Okay, that is being shown to the screen. So class name over here, I'm going to say text of black, text of 3XL, font of bold, MB of 2. So for the view, let's provide some internal spacing, that is padding. So before that, flex of 1, justify of start, and then PT of 12, and then PX of 6. Save the file. There you go. That's looking good. So for this piece of text, let's initially format over here. Here I'm going to say class name. So this in turn is going to say text gray of 600, text gray of 500, and then a text of base. So for this particular view, class name, or we can skip this for now, we can try to add in one more text internally. Just going to say learn more. This is going to be text blue of 500. Okay, that's it, format over here. So the next steps are with respect to the profile image. So let's try to add in that. Below your view, having a view, this in turn is going to say touchable opacity. Import that from React Native. Here I think we do have the state for profile image. Okay, that's not yet added. Let's add it over here. Here check the condition stating that if at all your profile image is present, then in this case let's try to show the image, else you're gonna have a view. Here within the profile image, I'm gonna have in my image, import that from React Native, pass in the source, which in turn is gonna take in the URI, that is gonna be your profile image. And apart from that, let's provide in the class name over here. This in turn is going to say width of 24, height of 24, and rounded is going to be full. Else, if at all the profile image is not present, let's try to have in your icons from React Native vector icons. Pass on the name, that is going to be person icon, size 20. Not 20, 40. Apart from that, color of white. Let's try to give the design for the view. This in turn is going to have a class name, a width of 24, height of 24, rounded of full, BG purple of 300, justify of center, items of center. There you go. That's looking pretty good. Okay, so for your view, it needs to be justify center. So class name. So I'm going to say justify center. Apart from that, I'm going to say item center as well. Then MB of 8. Okay, for the reachable opacity, give it relative position. So class name relative, and we're gonna have one more piece of view containing the icon, that is to show the camera icon. Here I'm gonna say camera. So here let's provide in the design for this. This is gonna have a absolute positioning, so absolute, and bottom is gonna be 0, right is gonna be 0 as well. PG white, rounded up full, some internal spacing padding of 1, border, and border gray of 300. So this is gonna have a lesser font size, or the icon size 16. Color is gonna be gray. As you can see, that's looking good. Okay, so we can actually try to provide some margin bottom or margin top empty of, let's say, 6 or 7. Yeah, that's looking good. So this part is done. So now next you're gonna have all of the 3 text inputs right below this particular view. Initialize text input, pass in the ref to this. I'm gonna say first ref, next class name for this. This in turn is gonna have in a border bottom, so border B, and then a border gray of, let's say, 300. py of 2, text is gonna be LG, and text of black. Save. Okay, that's looking fine. Next you're gonna have your placeholder, that is gonna be your first name. Apart from that, I'm gonna say your placeholder text color, that's going to be equals to blue 500, and I'm going to pass in the value, that is going to be equals to first name on change text, taken this. So for every value we need to set the state, so taking the value, and here I'm going to say set your first name of that specific value. That's it. Next I'm going to say return key type is going to be next, so return key type next, and then on submit editing, this is the one, taking a function, and here we're going to say last ref dot current dot focus. Autofocus is going to be true for this. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. First name, and just replicate the same thing for the last name as well as the email as well. So next one is going to be for the last name, so change that. It's going to say last name, this is going to say email. And for each of the text inputs, we're going to have empty of 6. Same thing over here as well. And make sure to change the text over here, not the text, the value. First is going to remain as is. So for the second one, value is going to be equals to your last name, and ref is going to be equals to your last ref. On change text, set the last name to be of that particular value, so set last name. And here text input is going to be for your email ref. Let's add in that. Furthermore, your value needs to be changed. I'm going to say email over here. Here set the email. Here instead of last ref dot current dot focus, it's going to be equals to your email ref dot current dot focus. That's it. Let's try to save. So as you can see, once I'm on the first input, whether I write something or not, if I press on enter, automatically it should come to the second input, because you have given this part, that is on submit editing, email ref should be focused. So here I'm in the first case, so this should get triggered off, that is the last ref should get focused. So now if at all I'm in the second case, I'm going to press on enter. It should go into the third case. Okay, so that's how this is going to work. And next we're going to have this design which says who can find me by number, everybody. I'm just going to get the design for that. That's going to happen right below your text input. So you can try to add in that below your text input. Save. There you go. That's looking good. So for your iron icons, MR is not working. Let's give ML of 2 to this. Okay, not over there. We can give it to the text ML of 2. Yeah, that's fine. Format. So next we're going to have your error being shown below your touchable opacity. So add it over here. I'm going to say error if it is present. And I'm going to have in a text which is, going to say error. Here I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have in, text of 500, empty of 4, text of base. That's it. And below your view, we are going to show the button which says complete profile. Let's try to add in that view, which in turn is going to have your touchable opacity. Within that, I'm going to first of all check the condition stating that if at all is loading is true, then in this case, try to add a fragment over here, just like this. And over here, I'm going to have in a text, which is going to say complete profile. Let's pass on the class name for this. This in turn is going to have, text of white and a font of semi-bold. Text is going to be LG. Save. So now if at all it is loading, we need to show that activity indicator. So I'm going to say activity indicator from React Native. Color is going to be white. And below this, I'm going to have in a text which is going to say completing ... This is going to have again a text of white. Let's pass on that. So class name, text white, font of semi-bold, text of LG, ML of 2. Okay. So for the touchable opacity, let's give on the styling. So here I'm going to say, class name. This in turn is going to have a width of full, BG blue of let's say 500. Apart from that, PY of 4, rounded is going to be XL, flex of row, justify of center, items of center as well. And for the outermost view, I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to give, a PB of 6 as well as PX of 6. Save. And there you go. Just like that is looking pretty good. So this is a complete design for the setup profile screen. Let's try to initialize the handle complete function onto the top, and then we can give it to the touchable opacity. So here I'm going to say const handle complete equals a async function. Here I'm going to check if at all set error is there, then set error to be of null, and if not of first name or not of last name, then over here in this case I'm going to check the error. If at all set error is there, then here try to set the error of this specific one which says please enter first name and last name, and we can directly try to return from the function just like this. Okay, here I'm directly gonna call await complete profile of your first name, last name, comma your email. If not of error, I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to your routes dot main tabs. Import routes from the navigation folder dot I'm going to say main tabs. So navigation, we need to set this up. First of all, let's define the props over here in a simple way. So type props equals to root stack screen props. Import this. I'm going to say type of routes dot your setup profile. Okay, that's it. So yeah, this part is done. So let's try to get the navigation over here and save the file. So yeah, I think we forgot to define the auth store that is for your complete profile. So let's go ahead and then do that right now. It's going to be simple. Come back to your auth store.ts. Yeah, we have defined the function. We need to just execute it. So first of all, I'm going to say set here is loading to be of true, error to be of null, and const token equals your get dot token. Just like this. Try to access the phone as well. Const phone equals to get dot your user dot your phone. Let's try to have your try catch block. So try catch error. Here we can try to set the error. Just copy this down from any of the others features. Let's say this one. You can remove this. Just this is fine for now. And finally we can set is loading to be a false over here. So finally set is loading false. Within the try block over here, initialize the response. Const response is going to be equals to await axios dot is going to be the post method. I'm actually unsure if I've actually written the endpoint for complete profile, so I think we need to write it. So it's going to be /auth /complete profile. This in turn is going to have in your three things as the body: phone, first name, comma your last name. Okay, we also need to pass in the headers for this. So headers, this in turn is going to say authorization and then bearer token. Bearer $token. So that's it. Format once. You can take a look at it. So once this is done, we can just directly try to set the user. So here I'm going to say set access the user variable, and I'm going to say response dot your data dot your user. Okay, that's it. So this is the complete implementation for your complete profile. Format over here and save. So let's actually verify. Okay, so for some reason we're coming back to the verification code, so let's look into that later. So first of all, let's verify if at all we have the complete profile already being present over here. So let's say to the index.js, not index.js or .js. So yeah, set pin is there, verify pin is there, as well as, yeah, there you go, complete profile is also present. So yes, let's try to implement this right from scratch, reload the app so that we again come back to the phone number screen. So now everything is set up, hopefully we should be able to directly navigate to your main tabs as and when we go from the phone number screen to your complete setup screen. And let's try to access the name over here. Email. And complete profile. Okay, my bad. I think I haven't given the on press over here. So OTP screen. Not OTP screen, your setup profile screen. Handle complete should be given to your touchable opacity. On press, handle complete, and complete profile. Okay, it says missing fields. Alright guys, so I was able to fix that issue. That is basically find out the issue where exactly it was. So it is coming from your complete profile. So if you check it out over here within your auth store.ts, so in the complete profile functionality, as you can see, your email is not being used, and the reason we were getting is your missing fields error over here within the front end part. So as you can observe over here, we are sending your first name, last name, then the email, but over here in the post request, we are not sending the email, right? We are sending the phone, first name and then last name. We can actually skip the phone, that is not required. Only these three things are required for setting up the profile for the user. So here I'm going to say email, and let's try to save the file. So all right, just make that change. So that was the issue, fix that up, and we can make this as well dynamic, that is within your root navigator. If you would observe over here, user is set to be false. Let's get the user details from your use auth store. Okay, so once the data is set automatically, we should be navigated to your main screen, that is the chat screen. So over here I'm going to get in the user equals your let's say use auth store, import that correctly. All right, we can try to save the file. Yeah, we can save it later. First of all, let's come back to your setup profile screen. We can remove this, it's not yet required. Okay, just await complete profile of first name, last name as well as email. Let's try to enter the details as well as the name and the email over here. Okay, let's press on complete profile. All right, that's weird. Let's try to save the file. Okay, so this was the issue, I hadn't saved the file, so that was the reason we were not able to navigate back. Okay, so as you can see, now we are good to go. So if I would check out my backend over here, that is this one. If I just reload my chat app cluster or the collections for this, you should be seeing the first data being shown. I'm not going to show the data because my phone number would be present obviously. So you can check out over here, that is the overview tab, and you should be able to see, or you can directly check out the browse collections as well, and you should be able to see the first user getting accumulated with all of the details, that is even the name, that is the first name, last name as well as your email as well. Okay, so this part is done. So hopefully you have created the user on your side, and if you're facing any kind of issues, you can directly try to comment down. I'll be able to help you out. Okay, make sure to change this, and the issue was the email was not being sent. Okay, that's it. So we are able to set up the user along with the pin, the user details and so on. So now let's first of all understand what exactly are sockets, and after that we can get started with the initialization of sockets code within your index.js. I hope all of the dependencies required for socket is installed. Yeah, so socket IO is there. So yeah, let's try to understand what exactly are sockets and how we're going to use it in this particular application. So let me head over to this particular website, and then let's try to write down some points and understand what exactly are sockets and how we're going to use it in our chat based application. So first let's consider a simple example, that is how we can understand sockets. Let's take a real world example. Okay, so you can imagine the internet as, let's say, a bunch of houses that are present. So in this case, you can consider these houses as your computers connected by your wires or cables. So let's say you want to send a data, that is a letter, from one house to another house, or from one computer to another computer as well. Okay, so here I'm going to say your goal is to send data from one house to another house, or from one component to another component. You can consider anything you want to add. Okay, so from one house to another house. So what can be done to send the data, right? It's pretty simple. So since you are taking example of houses, what you do is you take a letter. Furthermore, you write on the letter some information you want to send to the other component or to another house, and you put it inside of an envelope, or I'm just going to say envelope. Then what needs to be done? This envelope is going to contain the address, that is to which house it should be sent, right? So I'm going to say address over here. Next, you actually drop it in the post office. Okay, and obviously whoever collects the letter, that is the postman, delivers it to that particular address. So this is exactly similar like your HTTP, right? So here we're going to say similar to HTTP, that is basically your standard web protocol. So I hope you understood about this example. So now next, the post office delivers it obviously as we discussed, but it is one way, right? So I'm going to say mode of communication is one way. That is, you send the data, that is, or you write the letter and send it to the other person. The other person receives it, and this is complete. That is, this process is complete, right? And if you want to reply again, that is from the other person's end, you have to send a new letter again with the same set of steps. Take the letter, write it down, envelope containing the address, and then drop it again in the post office. If at all the other person also wants to send you the letter. Okay, so your mode of communication is going to be one way. So I hope you understood about this simple example that we are trying to understand, or this particular scenario. So now, yeah, this is, great for your static website that is loading a web page or something like that. That is your single mode of communication. Whereas in our case, okay, we are building a real-time chat application, right? So here we need to consider this one, that is real-time. That's the important keyword. So here we're gonna, talk about the sockets that we are going to use. So obviously, many people know what exactly are sockets, and we, basically use them in our real-time chat applications or any other scenarios as well. But it's really important to understand, what exactly are sockets and how they internally work, such that, the real-time implementation is being successful. So let's understand that. So again, you can take a help of a simple example. You can consider, let's say, again, a silly example, house 1, and we're going to have house 2, or component 1 or components 2. So here in this case, your sockets can be considered like opening a direct phone line between two houses. Okay, that is just like this. Okay, which means once connected, you can talk both the ways. That means this mode of communication is bidirectional. That's very important. Which also means that if at all this line, stays open, the either side can, push the words or data from A to B or from B to A as well. Whereas in this case, in the above case, the mode of communication was only one way. That is, a person sends the letter and the other person receives the letter, and then the process is complete. Whereas over here, as we can see, once your communication is established between two components or two houses in this case, we can talk both the ways. That is, the mode of communication is bidirectional in this case. So now let's actually dive into the technical aspect, that is what exactly are sockets. So it becomes easier for beginners to understand, how exactly sockets work internally, right? And if at all for people knowing how exactly sockets work, you can actually skip this part. You can continue with the next session of the video. So I'm going to say sockets over here. So you can consider these as, endpoints in your networking. Okay, which means that each device, has an IP address. Everyone knows that. And a port as well, that is port number. For example, let's say 80 for web. And here what the socket does is, this socket glues them together for the communication over your TCP. Okay, that's the basic understanding of sockets. Now let's understand the next one we are going to go into, that is going to be your web sockets. Now what is this web sockets and what are these sockets? Okay, so this is actually similar, whereas this is the web version of your sockets. All right, so yeah, as I said, your web sockets are the sockets for the web, and they're a protocol on top of your HTTP. So this basically starts with a HTTP handshake basically. So for example, your client is going to say, hey server, upgrade to a socket. Okay, and once upgraded, it is fully duplex, which means it is bidirectional. Okay, that's how it's going to work like. And this is actually, perfect for the chat based application, which means server pushes new messages received to all the users who are connected. They should be able to receive that particular new message. All right, so now next let's understand how your real-time chat works with the sockets. Okay, so let's exactly understand what is going to happen. That is, in the first scenario, it's pretty simple. The user is going to get connected. So I'm going to say user connects. That's the first step. Within this, let's say in our case itself, the user opens up the application. That is this one. Once they reload and again restart the application, if at all we have set up the socket correctly, we should be able to connect the user. Okay, so the user connects to the server via your socket.io and it hands over a token like a ID badge for auth. Okay, here I'm going to say hands over a token. For example, let's say ID badge. That is super important for your authentication part. Now let's consider the second step. What exactly is going to happen after the user connects? The user is going to stay connected throughout until the connection disables or until the user logs off of the application. So I'm going to say stay connected. Here what happens is the socket listens for the events, listens for different events. That is, let's say send message, mark the message as delivered, or mark the message as read, receive message, and so on. So the next one we're going to look into is going to be a send message. Here what exactly happens is your user types and the client emits send message event, and the next step is obviously your server is going to validate that, saves to the DB, and broadcasts it to the room for that particular user. So the opposite user receives the message in real time. Okay, so these are some of the steps to understand how exactly your real-time chat works with your sockets. So that's pretty much it. I know this was a long session, about let's say 8 or 9 minutes. We could have skipped that, but it was important to understand how exactly sockets work. So now let's head back to the backend part and then initialize the code required for your sockets. Okay, so make sure to install your socket.io. That part is already done. And here let's try to create the socket server within the index.js file. I'm going to say const server is going to be equals to your http dot, we have the create server method, make use of that, and to this pass in the application, that is the one which we have created on line number 14. All right, and here I'm going to create the instance. I'm going to say const io is going to be equals to new server. Let's write that properly, and this server is going to come from the socket.io. Let's import that onto the top. So const server equals to require of your socket.io. Okay, all right, so here we're going to say const io is going to be equals to new server of the server that is created onto the top, add in that, and here I'm going to say course origin. Here we're going to pass in all of the allowed origins in this case. So just say allowed origins. And next we need to set it. So I'm going to say app.set of your IO and pass in the IO over here. Let's try to save the file. Now let's understand what exactly happens. So yeah, there is a issue over here. It says HTTP is not defined. So we need to import that. I think I've missed that. So we're going to say const HTTP is going to be equals to require of HTTP. HTTP. Save the file. Hopefully that issue should have been gone. Okay, that's good. So now let's understand what are these three lines of code, that is with respect to the sockets. So first line I've said const server is going to be equals to http.create server of the application. So here it creates a HTTP server that's powered by Express. So this is the main base. Okay, it handles both your REST, example login, logout, and it upgrades to your WebSockets. And here in the next line, we're going to say new server of the server, and we have passed in the course origin and then allowed origins. So here this basically attaches the socket.io to the HTTP server, which means now when any kind of client connects via socket.io, it handshakes over HTTP then it upgrades to the WebSocket. Okay, and here for the final part, it basically stores the IO on the app object, and routes can be easily accessible if at all it is needed. So this is the basic setup required. All right, so now next let's try to have in our global state for online users, status subscribers, as well as the typing users. So I'm going to say const online users equals to new set. Okay, here I'm going to say const status subscribers is again going to be equals to, not set, my bad, new map. Here I'm going to say const typing users equals to new map. Save the file. Okay, so this step is done. So now the next and important feature we're going to look into is the socket auth middleware. So you can consider this as the bouncer added. So now let's imagine you're going to go into a party, and obviously there would be bouncers. Once you show your ID, then only you would be letting, right? So let's implement this. It is going to be similar example itself to whatever we discussed. So I'm going to say socket dot, not socket dot, it should be IO dot use method. Okay, here I'm going to say async. This in turn is going to take in the socket as well as the next over here. So here we need to implement the handshake mechanism that is present within the sockets. So yeah, we'll be understanding this in detail in just a bit, that is why exactly we need to do the handshake and all of these functionalities. I'm going to say const token equals to, I'm going to say socket dot, we have the handshake method dot go into the auth dot access your token. Here I'm going to check if not of token present. I'm going to say return next of new error, and I'm going to say authentication error. That's it. Here let's try to have in your try catch block. I'm going to say try and your catch of error. Within this I'm going to say next of new error. I'm going to say invalid or expired token. So invalid or expired token. That's it. Now within the try block, let's try to get the decoded value. So I'm going to say const decoded your JWT dot your verify method. That's how we decode it. Pass in the token, and we also need to pass in the secret as well. So I'm going to say process dot your env dot your JWT underscore secret. So JWT underscore secret. So that's it. Here first of all check the condition stating that if at all not of your decoded dot your expiry or your date dot nav is greater than or equal to your decoded dot your expiry multiplied by 1000, then in this case again we're going to return the error. I'm going to say return next of new error. Token is expired over here. Okay, so I'm going to say token expired, and once that is done I'm going to say set the socket.user to be equals to of the decoded, and then I'm going to say next. Okay, that's it. Let's try to save the file. So here in this case io.use is obviously your middleware that runs before any connection, like your express middleware that we have written, let's say this one or even this as well. Okay, and over here your socket.handshake.auth.token. So here the client actually passes the JWT in the connection that is in the front end path, and here obviously that token decode is going to happen, and obviously the handshake also is going to happen, which is very important. We'll be discussing in detail that is why exactly this handshake is important. And once after that is done, we're going to verify that is we need to decode the token with the secret and the placeholder for your revocation as well. So yeah, once all of these steps are done, finally we're going to say your socket.user is going to be equals to decoded, which means it basically attaches the user data to the socket for the later use. That's it. So that's pretty much it. So this is your entire middleware for your socket auth middleware. So now next, let's try to write the main part, that is the connection. Okay, so here I'm going to say io.connection. I mean, my bad, it should be io.on. The event is going to be connection. Here this in turn is going to take in the socket. Here I'm going to say console.log id, socket.id. Okay, so I'm going to say socket.your id. Next, here I'm going to say const user id is going to be equals to your socket.user.user id. So you can actually try to log in the socket. Automatically there will be a bunch of details that would be present over here, and to access the user id, it's going to be equals to socket.user.user id. Once that is done, the first step I'm going to do is online users dot add of your user id. Let's try to save the file. So yeah, these are the basic steps required as of now. So now within the front end part, let's try to implement this in such a way that if at all any user logs into the application, they should be connected. And once they're connected in the backend API folder, we need to be seeing this log saying that user connected, and it should show the socket ID. Let's try to implement this. I'm going to say come back to src, hooks is there. I'm going to say use socket dot, let's say ts. Here I'm going to say, first of all, onto the top, const your socket URL. That's going to be the same thing itself, localhost 3000. So I'm going to say http localhost 3000, and here I'm going to say export function use socket. Here I'm going to say const token, because we need this, is going to be equals to your use auth store. Okay, here run a use effect. I'm going to say use effect, not this one. Import use effect from React correctly. So this is going to be dependent upon your token. So pass in token as dependency. Here I'm going to check first of all, if at all no token, then directly return. Okay, I think I need to install one more dependency, that's going to be socket IO client. Not sure if it's installed to the front end part. So package.json. Yeah, so socket IO client is not there. Let's install that. Come back over here. I'm going to say yarn add socket IO, not the socket.io hyphen client. Enter. So there you go, that got installed. And let's come back to your use socket.ts. Here, yeah, this condition is correct. There is if at all not of token, return. Next, I'm going to say const new socket is going to be equals to IO. This IO is going to come from your socket IO client. So let's pass in that, and here this in turn is going to take in your socket URL. So here is the place we're going to send the token. I'm going to say auth, and I'm going to say token. This token is going to come from your use auth store. That's it. Here I'm going to say new socket dot on. I'm going to say connect, take in a function, and I'm just going to say your socket is connected. So console.log socket connected. And once that is done, we can directly say set socket. First of all, let's try to have in the state. I'm going to say const socket comma set socket is going to be equals to use state, import it from React. This is going to be return type. I'm going to say type of IO or null. Initially it should be null over here. Let's try to import the socket IO client. Let's try to import IO from socket IO client, just like this. Okay. So once that's done, let's try to set the socket. I'm going to say set socket to be of your new socket. And here let's do the cleanup. I'm going to say return, take in a function, and I'm going to say new socket dot disconnect, we have the disconnect method, as you can see. So use that over here. Save the file. Now actually we need to trigger this particular function. Okay, so let's do that to the main part of the application, that is the app.tsx, where the entry point is gonna be present. That is, this is the one. So here I'm just directly gonna call the function stating that use socket. Okay, let's try to save the file. Alright, so I think there seems to be an issue, because at this point of time we need to be seeing a log which says, user is connected. So let's try to reload the app once. Okay, so the issue is with respect to your JWT that is not yet imported. So that is this one. So we need to import that onto the top, then only this is going to work. So onto the top, I'm just going to say const JWT is going to be equals to require of your JSON web token. I hope this is already installed within the backend folder. As you can see, that is there, which is good. Let's try to save the file. Okay, yeah, and another issue which I noticed was with respect to this piece of code. Here we are checking your if at all not of decoded dot your exp or date dot now is greater than or equal to your decoded dot exp. Whereas in our case, I just checked out my auth.js over here. We are not even setting the expiry for both login as well as logout. Okay, that is over here. That is while sending the token. Yeah, in the verify OTP, this is the one. So this method actually takes in one more parameter that's known as your expires in. So if we have given that, and if at all we have implemented the login or the user is logged in, then only that value would be set, that is the expiry. That is in this case, this is the one. Okay, so since we have not passed in the expiry date, that is expires in that particular value, we can try to remove this code for now. And now if I save the file, hopefully we should be seeing the message which says user is connected, because the token should be valid, as well as it should have decoded, and it should set the details to the socket over here. Let's try to save the file. Okay, nothing happens. Let's try to reload the app once, and there you go. Just like that, you are able to see user connected, and this is the unique socket ID you get. So you can actually try to log the entire socket information. It gives you a bunch of information and you can go through that. So I'm going to say socket over here. There you go. Just like that, you can go through all of these, and as you can see, we do have something known as the handshake. So this is the handshake mechanism that happens over here, and we get in the auth that is coming from your use socket hook, that is this one. Okay, and you can also check in the other details as well. As you can see, we also have the user details, because over here we have said socket.user is going to be equals to your decoded. Let's come back to index.js file. As you can see, so this information is going to get accumulated. Okay, so as you can check out at your side as well, that is whatever information you're getting. Okay, and you can try to explore what each thing does. Okay, so this is the entire socket information from the starting point. So this part is done. We can come back to the previous state itself, that is to log the socket ID. So now, as I discussed earlier, that is, it's important to know what exactly is that handshake mechanism and why should we use that. Okay, so let's again understand over here. Let's come back to Chrome, and let's say we come back to a new board over here. So here I'm going to say, what is the socket IO handshake and why should we use it, and or why are we actually using it? Okay, all right, so you can actually think of this as a secret handshake at a party, because that's the simple example we considered previously. Again, we're gonna go through the same example. So yes, you can consider this as a secret handshake at a party entrance. So when your React Native app, that is the client, wants to connect to the server for some real-time functionality, so in our case the chat functionality, it doesn't just barge in. Okay, so instead what happens is your socket.io has a quick little initial negotiation phase and this phase only we call it as the handshake or the handshake mechanism. Okay, so this handshake mechanism is usually going to take place obviously before the full persistent connection, that is WebSocket, is established. So in our case, as you can see over here, now user is connected. At this point of time, we can implement the real-time functionality. So before this, obviously this took place, that is the handshake took place, and the user was allowed to connect, and the mode of communication now is bi-directional. Okay, now we have updated to the WebSockets part. As you can see over here, it says user connected with that particular socket ID. All right, so that's the basic understanding of the handshake. Now let's understand how actually this works step by step over here. I'm going to say how this works. So the first point to discuss over here is the client is going to initiate, or I'm going to say client initiates. So your app says, hey server, I want to connect, and what happens is it basically sends a small packet of data. In this case, that is going to be your handshake request. Okay, and this happens over your HTTP or your HTTPS. So usually this includes your basics like your supported protocols, your query params, and importantly like any custom data, in our case the auth info. So yeah, once the client initiates, this part is done. Next is the server is going to respond. Okay, so what happens is the server checks the packets or checks the packet. And how exactly does it check it? We have just discussed above through the handshake mechanism. Okay, so I'm going to say via socket dot handshake object. It checks the packets that were sent from the client. So if everything is good, then obviously your auth is going to get passed. Once auth is passed, the server replies with a OK status message to the client, and then only we are able to see this message which says user is connected and with that particular socket ID. Okay, that is what you're seeing over here. So that is how your process happens from the client side as well as from the server side. And if at all it fails, obviously your server rejects with a message saying batch token, and the connection is gonna fail. Alright, so that's a basic understanding about how your handshake works. So now let's understand one more bit, that is why does this actually exist, right? Why should we use this? Why does this exist in the first case? Alright, so let's imagine let's consider your regular HTTP requests like your API calls. Like your API calls. All right, so what happens over here is it's pretty simple. You just call and you fire and forget, right? Which means this is only one time. You call the API, it gives the data, and it is done. Whereas over here in our case, we are trying to use the socket IO for your real-time bi-directional communication or bi-directional chat. So here, to keep it secure and efficient, we actually need that upfront handshake to agree onto the rules and verify the identity of the user at least once. And once it is verified, then that means obviously we can connect to the user and we can stay connected throughout without re-authing every message. Okay, so that's the reason we're going to use this handshake mechanism. So without all of these implementations and security features, your connections could obviously be hijacked, and which means anyone can connect and pretend to be that it is you. Okay, so obviously this handshake ensures only valid users join, and it is lightweight as well. It happens in milliseconds, so that's a pretty good use case. And you might also be wondering that where exactly is this handshake coming from? Okay, so this is actually a built-in method that is present within your socket.io object holding all of the handshake.data. If you would have observed, once I logged the socket data, it contains some handshake object, as you can see. So all of this data is going to come over here. Okay, so you can actually deep dive into this topic and learn more about how exactly sockets work from the documentation itself or from Google directly. That might help you out. So for now, I think this much understanding is enough about the sockets part as well as the socket.handshake mechanism. So now let's get started, or let's continue, defining all of this methods over here. We're going to have a bunch of events as well as features and functionalities. So here we're going to notify the subscribers. I'm going to say notify subscribers. Here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all my status subscribers dot hash method of your user ID, then in this case I'm going to say const subs equals, I'm going to say status subscribers dot get of your user ID. I'm going to make it the for loop. I'm going to say for const sub socket ID of all of the subs that is accumulated onto the top. Here I'm going to say io dot to method for each of the sub socket ID added over here. I'm going to say dot emit. This is going to be the event user status or the name. Pass in the user ID, and I'm going to pass in the value which says this user is online. So I'm going to say online true. Let's format once and let's try to save the file. So basically what this does is it notifies the watchers, it loops over all of the subscribers, and it emits this particular event, that is user status, to their particular sockets via the io.to method, and we're trying to emit over here. Okay, so that's it. So yeah, this part is done. Now let's try to write in the other method, that is for the joining part. So here I'm going to say socket.on. Here I'm going to say join. Here we're going to have async method. It's going to contain the user ID. Here I'm going to check if at all your user ID is not equals to your socket dot user ID. Then in this case I'm going to say return socket dot emit. I'm going to say error over here, and let's pass in a message which is going to say unauthorized room join. And here apart from that I'm going to say socket.join of your user ID, and I'm going to say console.log user joined room, not user, your user ID. So let's make use of backticks over here, $user ID joined the room. Let's format once. So here in this case, that is for this particular code, your client emits your join with their IDs, that is joins a room named after that particular user ID for the private status. Okay, so you can take a look at it over here. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. Yeah, I think I forgot to add in a rate limiter onto the top. That's important. That is per socket. That is basically going to be in memory itself. So let's add it right over here. So I'm going to say const rate limits equals to empty array, not an array, my bad, object. Here I'm going to say function rate limits. It's going to take in your socket, comma your event, comma limit equals to 5, and interval equals to, let's say, 10,000. Here I'm going to initialize my key. So const key is going to be equals to, let's say, socket.id and then that specific event. Here I'm going to check if not of your rate limits of key. So then in this case, I'm just going to set the key to be of empty, that is rate limits of key. So I'm going to say rate limits of key equals to empty array. I'm going to say const now is going to be equals to your date.nav. Here I'm going to say rate limits of your key equals your rate limits of your key dot apply the filter method. So for every value I'm going to say nav minus your ts should be less than the interval. Here I'm going to check if at all your rate limits of your key dot length is greater than or equal to your limit. And I'm going to say return false. And here I'm going to say rate limits of key dot push of now. So rate limits dot of key dot push of now, and then I'm going to say return true. So this function is added, let's say, to prevent the spamming. You can call it as an anti-spam function. So this is going to work based on per socket per event. Let's say example 5 messages or 10 messages per 10 seconds. Okay, so it basically filters the old timestamps and then adds the new one, returns true if okay. All right, so that's the basic understanding about your rate limits functionality over here. Okay, app crashed. Okay, I think I've messed up with the spelling, I guess. So this should be rate limit safe. There you go. So make that change, whereas this is going to be rate limits. Okay, so this part is done. So now let's write the disconnect method onto the bottommost part. That is, if at all a user disconnects from the app, you need to be seeing that user is disconnected. So let's say onto the bottommost part over here, I'm going to say socket dot on. I'm going to say disconnect over here. Here I'm going to say console.log user disconnected with that particular ID. I'm going to say socket.id, and also I'm going to delete it from the online users list. I'm going to say online users dot directly access the delete method, and you can say user ID. Let's try to format once. That's pretty simple. I hope this is understandable. Let's try to save the file. So as you can see, user connected with this unique ID. Now once if I reload the app or clear off the app from the simulator over here, you should be seeing this one, that is user is disconnected. Let's give that a try. Let's clear off, and there you go. Just like that, user disconnected with the same user ID. Again, if you open the app, the user is going to get connected with a new socket ID. There you go. As you can see, this part is done. All right, so I hope you understood about all of these simple features and functionalities that we have implemented. That is your connect method, your join conversation, join, as well as the disconnect. Okay, so there are still a couple of events and features to write. That is, let's say, like mark delivered, mark read, your send message. Okay, so let's write all of these and let's understand how all of these works. So initially I've just written down the simple parts which are easy to understand. Now let's write the next one, that is going to be for the subscribe status as well as your unsubscribe status. So let's say over here I'm going to say socket dot again on method. Here I'm going to say the event name, that's going to be subscribe underscore status. All right, so here this in turn is going to take in your target user ID. Okay, and over here I'm first of all going to check if at all not of status subscribers. We do have this global state. As you can see, this is the one. So check the conditions stating that if at all not of status subscribers dot hash of your target user ID. So then in this case, we just need to set it. So I'm going to say status subscribers dot set of that particular target user ID, and we're going to pass in the new set. Okay, so yeah, just like this. And once that's done over here, I'm going to say status subscribers. If it's already set, I'm going to get it over here. I'm going to say dot get of your target user ID. So I'm going to say target user ID, and to this we're going to add the socket ID. That's important. So I'm going to say socket.id. So here what exactly happens is the client wants the update on your target, like let's say for example a friend, and it basically adds the socket to the map. That's what you're gonna do over here. So next what happens is it basically checks for the online set. We're gonna write the code for that, and if at all they're offline, it queries the DB for the last active timestamp, and furthermore it emits the current status to this particular socket whatever we have added over here. All right, so let's write down the code for these two things. So first of all, check if it's online or not. I'm going to say const is online is going to be equals to, first of all, use the online users state, and check with the help of the hash method of your target user ID. Okay, here I'm going to say let last seen is going to be equals to null. Okay, and here I'm going to check if at all not of is online. Then over here in this case I'm going to say access the user model dot, we're going to say find by ID of your target user ID. That's the one which we want to use. I'm going to say dot select, use the select method, and access this particular value, that is the last active. That is what we want actually, so use that. And I'm going to say dot then of your target user. I'm going to say target user. Here I'm going to say last seen is going to be equals to, check the condition stating that if at all your target user is present, then it's going to be equals to target user dot last active, else it is going to be equals to null. Okay, so now next we just need to emit. So we're going to say emit the current status to that particular socket. So for that I'm going to say socket dot use the emit method, and over here I'm going to say user underscore status, and let's try to have a user ID that is going to be your target user ID, and I'm going to say online is going to be is online, whatever that value is, and the last seen value. Okay, here if there is any kind of error, we're going to catch it. I'm going to say dot catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.error error fetching last active with that particular error message. Okay, else over here I'm going to say socket.emit the user status. So socket dot emit. Here we are going to say user underscore status and passing your user ID, that is going to be equals to your target user ID. So target user ID again online is going to be equals to is online, this is the value, and your last seen. Okay, that's it. Let's minimize this a bit and format once. So that's pretty much it for your subscribe status. Okay, so now let's write the next one, that is going to be unsubscribe status. So let's say below this itself it's going to be super simple. So again socket.on event name unsubscribe underscore status. Here I'm going to pass in my target user ID, and I'm just going to say status subscribers dot get of your target user ID, and I'm going to say dot delete of your socket ID. Okay, that's it. So now let's move on to the next one, that is to check if at all any kind of particular user is typing instead of the message field. So you might have seen in chat applications that if at all any user is typing, even in WhatsApp as well, it shows either 3 dots or it shows either typing, right? So for that, we're going to write the functionality. Here I'm going to say socket.on, the event name I'm going to say typing. Okay, and here this in turn is going to take in the conversation ID. So conversation ID, comma your user ID, and over here I'm going to say io.to of the conversation ID. We're going to say dot emit to the user underscore typing. Pass in two things, your conversation ID as well as your user ID over here. Okay, so yep, that's it. This part is done. So here simple broadcasting happens, that is your client emits the typing on the key up, that is when they start writing something onto the input field, and the server pushes to the whole convo room, right? And the client side shows typing over here. Once when we implement it, you would be able to understand that. Okay, format once and then save the file. So yep, this part is done. So now let's move on to the next part. First of all, let's write a validation part for the message schema, and for that I think we need to install a dependency that is known as JOI. I'm not sure if you have installed that. Yeah, it's not there. Make sure to install that to the API folder. So cd API. So this is for the validation. I'm going to say yarn add joy, enter. So yeah, let's wait for that. This part is done. You can come back over here, come back to your index.js, import it. I'm going to say const joy equals to require of joy. So const joy equals to require of JOI. All right, that's it. Let's come back over here to the point that is below your unsubscribe status or below your typing. Here I'm going to say validation schema. I'm going to say const message schema equals to, I'm going to say JOI dot, we have the object method, use that. You can actually use Zod as well, even that is pretty good. So I'm going to say conversation ID. So I'm going to say JOI dot your string. That means it should be a string basically, and it is a required parameter, so required. Okay, next is the content for the message. So content over here, again JOI dot your string. Okay, here I'm going to say dot max of 2000 dot, over here it's going to be required. Here I'm going to say sender ID. I'm going to say JOI dot string dot required. That's it. Yeah, we can remove that. Yeah, so this is our message schema. So now let's try to write the functionality that is for the sending of message to any particular user in the room. So I'm going to say socket dot on. Here I'm going to say send underscore message, that is going to be your event. This in turn is going to have the async data plus your callback over here. So here we're gonna implement that rate limit so that user doesn't spam the messages. So I'm gonna say if not of rate limit, call the function, we have already defined that onto the top. So if not rate limit of your socket, comma your send message. So this is basically gonna be your event name. That is what we have passed over here. Okay, so pass in that. So if not of rate limit of socket, comma send message, then in this case I'm gonna say return callback, and I'm going to say success is going to be false. Pass in an error which is going to say rate limit is exceeded. Okay, that part is done. So now the next step is we just need to validate the input. So for that over here, after the if condition, I'm going to say const error is going to be equals to your message schema dot, I'm going to say validate of your data, and here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all your error is present, then over here I'm going to say return your callback, and here we are again going to say success is going to be false and invalid input. So success false, error I'm going to say invalid input. All right, here let's try to get in three things from your data. That is this point, we have your conversation ID, we have your content, and we have the sender ID. So here, check that. I'm going to say const conversation ID, comma your content, comma your sender ID equals to data. Then here I'm going to say const convo equals to await. So here I'm going to say conversation, import that model dot find by ID of the conversation ID. So I'm going to say find by ID of your conversation ID. So what exactly happens is once a user logs into the application, it is obviously going to be empty. So now the way we proceed is I need to create a new user with a new phone. Then only the chat is going to be shown up over here. And the first time they press on the chat, we need to create a conversation between these two users. Okay, that's the functionality. So that's the reason we are going to try to find over here, just like this. Okay, so once a user presses on the chat for the very first time to chat with the opposite person in the room, we need to create the conversation, as I said, and then only we're going to proceed with the chatting part. So yeah, here we're going to say const convo is going to be equals to await conversation.find by ID of the conversation ID. If at all this convo is not found, so I'm going to say if at all not of convo or not of convo dot access the participants dot map. So for every ID, your ID dot string, ID dot to string dot includes of your socket dot user dot your user ID. Okay, I think I've messed up the brackets. So next condition is going to be or your sender ID is not equals to your socket dot user ID. I'm just going to add that so you can take a look at it. If these are the conditions, we're just going to say return callback success false as well as unauthorized. You can check out the full condition over here. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So after the if condition, next let's try to access your try catch block. So try as well as catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.error error saving message with that particular error message, and I'm going to say callback success is going to be false and your error is going to be equals to your server error. Alright, this part is done. So here within the try block, let's try to sanitize the content. So I'm going to say const sanitized content is going to be equals to, I'm going to say content dot replace, and I'm going to make use of the regular expression. I'm just going to get it so you can try to use it over here. So next over here, let's try to create the new message in the backend. I'm going to say const message equals new message. Message is already imported, so this in turn is going to take in the couple of things, that is your conversation ID. So I'm going to say conversation, that is going to be conversation ID. Here I'm going to say conversation ID. Next is going to be your sender, that is going to be your sender ID. Next is your content itself, so this is going to be your sanitized content. Furthermore, your status, it is going to be in the first state, that is the send state. Okay, once that is done, I'm going to say await message.save. Okay, here you can try to log the message saying that with that particular message ID, and here I'm going to say const convo equals to await, again access the conversation dot find by ID of the conversation ID. So find by ID of your conversation ID, and here I'm going to say convo dot participants dot for each, makes with the for each method, pass in your participant ID. So participant ID, here I'm going to say const room ID is going to be equals to your participant ID dot your to string. Okay, here I'm going to say io.to of the room ID, and need to emit the new message. So I'm going to say io.to of your room ID dot emit of your new message, so new underscore message, and pass in the message over here. Okay, here you can just say console.log make use of backticks. I'm going to say emitted new underscore message to your room ID. So I'm going to say room ID over here. That's it. So once this is done, here I'm going to say callback success is going to be true and your message, comma your message over here. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it over here. So what exactly happens over here is we're going to loop over your details, that is the participants. Okay, and we emit to each participant's user room. That's what is happening over here, and we're trying to log over here which says emitted new message to that specific room ID. And later we just say your client is okay, that is the okay status, and the saved message is going to be present in the backend. So yeah, this part is done. So now let's move on to the next part, that is to mark a message as delivered. Okay, let's try to minimize this. Come back over here, and here I'm going to say socket dot on. I'm going to say mark underscore delivered. Here this is going to have your async method with your message ID, comma your user ID. All right, and here let's try to have the try catch block. So I'm going to say try catch of error console.error. Here I'm going to say error marking delivered, that particular error message. Within your try block, it's simple. Try to access the message from your message model, that is that specific message, with the help of the message ID. Okay, so I'm going to say const message is going to be equals to await message. So here we're going to make it to the find one and update, not the other method. So find one and update. Here we need to update which one, that is going to be underscore ID, that is going to be equals to the message ID coming from the parameter, and status should be sent. Okay, here I'm going to say status delivered, and new is going to be equals to true. Okay, so this should essentially come over here. Okay, next I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all my message it's present, then I'm going to say console.log message marked as delivered. Here I'm going to say message dot underscore ID. Okay, here I'm going to say io.to to that specific user ID. I'm going to say dot emit. So here it's going to be message delivered with that specific error message over here. Okay, my bad, sorry, with your message ID specifically. So here I'm going to say message ID. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So let's try to save the file. So next we are going to write the implementation for mark red. So here I'm going to say socket.on. It's going to be with respect to mark underscore red. All right, this is again going to be the async method with your message ID as well as the reader ID. So I'm going to say message ID, comma the reader ID. That's the opposite person who's going to read your message. All right, here first of all let's try to have in the try catch block. So try, let's write that correctly, try and catch of your error. Here I'm going to say console.error, error marking red with that specific error message. All right, within the error block, within the try block, we first of all need to check if at all it is already been read by that specific reader to avoid the duplicates. Okay, so it's simple to check. I'm going to say const existing message equals to await. I'm going to say your message. Now this one, message dot find by ID of your message ID. Okay, here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all your existing message dot, I'm going to say read by we do have this property within your message model. As you can see, read by, it contains the user ID as well as the timestamp. Okay, so let's try to come back here. So here I'm going to say message ID dot your read by dot apply the sum method in JavaScript. So for every value, I'm going to check that if at all my RB dot user dot toString is equals to the reader ID. If this is the case, then we just are going to return from the function. We're not going to execute anything else. Okay, because this is already marked by the user as read. Okay, next I'm going to say const message, if at all it's not marked as read, equals to await your message dot, we have the find one and update method. Okay, so message is imported. All right, so come back over here. So message dot find one and update. Yeah, that's the correct method. Here pass in your ID. I'm going to say underscore ID. We need to update this one. This should match the message ID. And here I'm going to say $push. Here I'm going to say read by. I'm going to say user is going to be reader ID. And timestamp is going to be new date. And status over here is going to be equals to read. And here I'm going to say new is going to be equals to true. Here check the condition stating that if at all your message is present, then over here I'm going to say console.log message marked read. So this is going to happen once if the opposite user, that is the person who's receiving the message, opens the chat on their side, that is the chat screen. Okay, so here I'm going to say console.log message marked read with that specific ID. Here I'm going to say message dot your underscore ID. So furthermore, I'm going to say io.to. I'm going to say message dot your sender dot toString. Here I'm going to say dot emit. This is going to be message read. And here I'm going to say your message ID should be equals to your message dot underscore ID, comma your reader is going to be equals to reader ID. That's pretty much it. Okay, let's try to format once. So yeah, this part is done. So we have one final step, that is the adding of reactions. So you might have seen in pretty much different applications. Let's consider WhatsApp itself. You can react to a message with different emojis. Okay, but this is gonna be just for one time. That is, once you react a message, that means once you react to a specific message, once you reload the application, again if you load back, that reaction should have been gone. It's not persistent. So I'm going to say socket.on. Here I'm going to say add underscore reaction. This is going to be the async method with again your message ID as well as the emoji which you're going to use and your user ID. Okay, so here I'm going to have in my try catch block. So try catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.error error adding reaction with that specific message. And within the try block, let's try to say const message equals to await message dot find by ID and update. And we're going to have in the message ID. Here I'm going to say $set. Okay, so here I'm going to say reactions dot $user ID, and this is going to match your emoji. I mean, we're going to pass in the emoji over here, and I'm going to say new is going to be equals to true, just like this. This part is done. So here I'm going to check the conditions stating that if at all the message is present, I'm going to say io.to of your message dot your conversation dot to string. Here I'm going to say dot emit. This is going to say reaction underscore added. This also is going to be in real time, by the way. Okay, I'm going to say message ID comma your user ID comma your emoji. That's it. So let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. So here I forgot to add one more feature, that is for the disconnect. We also need to update the DB last active after we have removed the users, that is from the online users over here. Okay, I'm just going to add in the code for that. So here again I'm going to make use of the find by ID and update of that specific user ID. The last active is going to be equals to new date, and then we're going to execute this. You're going to check the condition stating that if at all the state is subscribers dot contains or has of the user ID, then we're going to get that first. And let's try to access the last scene, and for each of the subsocket of your subscribers, we're going to emit it to the subsocket ID with respect to the user status. Okay, and we're going to pass in the user ID, online false, as well as the last scene details. Let's try to save the file. So now this part is done. So now we can directly try to implement the chats screen as you saw in the demo part of the video. So again, I need to register one more user, and I need to open up one more iPhone over here because it is required to see the implementation or functionality in real time. Okay, so I'm going to do two things. I'm going to create a new user and I'm going to open up the new iPhone, or you can open up that once when we have the chat screen enabled. But for now, we need to come back to the chat screen, and yeah, I need to create a new user, and we need to implement the chat.js as well, that is within your routes, and we need to get the users, that is all of the users registered in our application, and we're also going to implement some endpoints as well. That's going to be the next step. So let's get started with this one.